to accounts, public money to accounts. That's going on, and then you tip out the chamber $300,000 for it. And for the county to start the process, take over physical agency. Thank you again for leading the work. You know, thank you for just scheduling the workforce development. That's like a big deal. Have the workforce development committee regularly meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. And this concludes committee number 17, workforce development.
Yeah, I'll call to order committee number 5, land use planning, transportation, and codes. If we could read the first item.
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance with the City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopting the 2018 edition of the International Code Council International Energy Conservation Code and providing for its implementation by amendment to the Memphis and Shelby County Building and Residential Codes, sponsored by Commissioner Shantae K. Avant.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills. I have seconded the item. Good morning, Director Zena.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Zena, Planning and Development. This item and the next two items, thank you, are actually all related. As you all know, every 3 or 4 years, we review the model codes that come from the International Code Council, and there are 8 of those that we usually update all at once. This is a little bit of an exception. The last time that we adopted model codes was in 2021. They became effective on January 1st, 2022. In 2023 and 2024, there were laws passed at the state level that impacted the building codes that we need to react to in order to be compliant with state law. So this first ordinance has to do with the Energy Conservation Code. In 2021, we adopted the 2021 version of the International Code Council's Energy Conservation Code. In 2023, the state legislature passed a law that said that a local government cannot pass a energy conservation code more stringent than the state's code, which is the 2018 version. So all we're doing with this item is going back from the 2021 version to the 2018 version with the same local amendments that we have had in place since 2021 in order to be compliant with state law.
Mr. Zena, if you could just give high level what some of those changes are so that just for the listening public.
Building envelope standards, electrical, mechanical systems within residential and commercial structures. So the changes between 2018 and 2021 would be, I don't want to call them minimal, but it's not a wholesale change between the two codes. The way that these model codes work is there are usually a handful of changes that are made to an otherwise mostly baked code. So the specific changes between 2018 and 2021 are a little bit more technical for what I can maybe most effectively communicate, but they do have to do with some of the insulation ratings of building standards or electrical equipment that's required for termination of outlets, for example, in order to save energy. The main thing to note here, though, is that the standards that we're going from, the 2021 standards, we're actually sort of stepping back. And so any of the additional, more restrictive changes that were included in the 2021 version will no longer be required for projects from this point forward. So in fact, any new projects from the time these ordinances are effective, which will be April 1st, would be able to take advantage of a less restrictive energy code.
Okay.
I can also, once this advances to second and third reading, have our building official come and share more of the technical differences if you'd like.
Please. Commissioner Bradford?
I was good. Just let Director Zena and the body know that I've also shared this with a number of the professional organizations that deal in code and design and construction every single day, so they're reviewing this as well, and I don't know that they're going to find anything different, but they're going to submit any comments that they have as well in case they see something that's concerning.
If I could just also add, the reason why we're doing this now also is because we're routinely audited by the State Fire Marshal's Office as an exempt jurisdiction. And in their audit from 2024, this was their only finding that we were out of compliance with state law with having adopted the 2021 version. So we needed to revert back.
Seeing no other questions, if we could prepare the screen for a vote. Please tally the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Radford, Morrison, Brooks, Avant. We have 6 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item 2.
Item 2 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance further amending the 2021 edition of the ICC International Residential Code and revised local amendments, sponsored by Commissioner Shantae K. Avant.
Director Zena? Oh, thank you. I have a mover, Commissioner Bradford, move the item, and a second by Commissioner Mills.
John Zena, Planning and Development. Similarly, this item is to come into compliance with state regulations. In 2021, we adopted the 2021 Model Code. One of the local amendments to the residential code that was adopted was to move 3 to 6 unit small multifamily buildings from the commercial code, which is the next one we'll talk about, number 3, to the residential code, which is this one. In working with the state fire marshal, they had some concerns about us doing that. In their opinion, the residential code was not an adequate set of provisions for small multifamily 3 to 6 unit. The residential code regulates single-family, two-family or duplexes, and townhouses. One of the main reasons why we pursued the local amendment was in order to achieve cost efficiencies for particularly small builders, small developers who were building primarily triplexes and quadplexes. And so the state fire marshal and the state legislature, through a law in 2024, has allowed for some of the things that we wanted to achieve with our local amendment, namely the substitution for increased separation between units, fire separation, in place of very expensive sprinkler systems. So what we're doing here in number 2 is essentially taking the 3 to 6 unit small multifamily buildings out of the residential code in our local amendments, what we had done in 2021, and putting them back in the building code. And that would, on the residential code, that would get us compliant with state law and state regulations.
Commissioner Brooks?
Good morning. And so why did we take them out in the first place?
It was an effort to try to achieve cost efficiencies for builders who are doing small multifamily, primarily 3 units to 6 unit buildings. There are a lot of differences between the regulations in the residential code and the building code, the commercial building code, in terms of the requirement, not just fire separation and sprinkler, like I mentioned, but also the plan review standards are different between the two codes. There are differences in the amount of stair loading on shared stairs for between the residential code and the commercial code. So the intent was to try to create a more affordable means of construction for essentially 3 to 6 unit buildings, to make them, because they're already much more like single-family and two-family buildings, to make them regulated out of the same code as opposed to the code that regulates 300-unit buildings.
Okay, so just so that I'll be clear, this does not do anything to minimize the high-rise, if you will, the building of maybe 6-story, 5-story, 6-story apartments
It does not.
in anywhere in the city.
No, this has, the residential code does not regulate high-rise buildings.
So it don't, okay. But you said, so triplexes, duplexes are not apartments?
The residential code applies to, this is just the residential building code, so this
Okay.
regulates building standards. It regulates one-family, two-family, and townhouses. And so it's just limited to those. Our local amendment that we approved in 2021 would have added 3 units, 4 units, 5 units, 6 units, but based on the conversations with the state over the last couple of years, we need to move the 3 to 6 units back to the commercial building code, which is going to be item number 3.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, could we prepare the screen for a vote? Could we tally the vote, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Avon. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 3.
Item 3 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance, further amending the 2021 edition of the ICC International Building Code and previous local amendments, including certain appendices, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant.
We have a motion by Commissioner Mills, a second by Commissioner Bradford. Director Zena.
John Zena, Planning and Development. All right, so this third item is the amendment of the building code. So as we've already touched on, this is going to move 3 to 6 unit small multifamily back to the building code. This is also going to address the and adopt the new law that would allow for increased fire separation in order to replace the sprinkler. This item also adopts a new state law that was passed in 2024 that allows for what's referred to as single-stair buildings, so up to 6 stories at 4 units each story could be served by a single stair case as opposed to a 2 staircase. And again, that is in compliance with state law.
Okay. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, we could prepare the screen for a vote. We could tally the vote, please.
My screen's not working there.
How would you like to be recorded?
Record me as an aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. I will now turn over general government to Vice Chair Amber Mills. Is it too late? Oh, we're not there yet. I'm sorry, this concludes Committee 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes. We'll adjourn, and we will reconvene at 9 a.m.
I can use this. Good morning. We're going to convene General Government. As Chair of the General Government, I will convene General Government. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution amending fiscal year 2024-2025 compensation policy, sponsored by Commissioner Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was deferred in December 11th, 2024 committee meeting. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules, so once it's properly before us, we'll need to entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
All right, let's get the item properly before us, and let's see, it's been moved by,
Can you get a motion in a second?
well, that's what I'm doing. You want us to get it properly before us first, right?
We're asking for it, because I don't think anybody had done it. I apologize.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Avant and second by Commissioner Mills. Okay, can we get a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second by Commissioner Brooks. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right, so item number 1, we have presenters. Please give us your name.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. I'm here on behalf of the electeds. When this is the electeds' resolution to change some of the language of the current year's comp policy, which passed last April. And the commission at its last meeting was advised by council it needed to go through the Civil Service Merit Board first. And that meeting was supposed to be scheduled to be able to be back here with you on the 22nd. However, that meeting was not scheduled. We have since, with the administration, worked out agreed language and we'll have a substitute resolution. But at this point, we can't proceed because we have not been through the Civil Service Merit Board.
I apologize. I had some technical issues initially on my screen, so I had to move. I'm moving back, and it's not working. Okay, Mr. HR Director, did you have some comments?
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. What Mr. Newman said is actually correct, most of it. However, we actually received this abbreviated version of what the electeds wanted on 5:59 on Friday afternoon. And so therefore, I cannot take anything before the Civil Service Commission unless it's final. So we will schedule a meeting with the Civil Service Commission in order for them to review the proposed changes. The changes that they made, the changes that the electeds have submitted to us, I'm not in opposition to. So once I get it before the Civil Service Commission, then we'll get the approval, and then we'll be back here before you guys.
All right, thank you. Public comment, just 1 second, okay. We will get to you. Thank you. We have a couple of members on the board. We'll go to Commissioner Mills. Mills. Are you in the board?
I am. I didn't hear you. Thank you. Trustee Newman, so am I hearing we need to move this to another date? And what date would that be?
Regina Newman, County Trustee. We would prefer the next committee meeting.
Okay.
I have been told by the HR Director this morning that there is a Civil Service Commission Board tomorrow, but somehow this didn't get on the agenda. So I'm going to request that you guys request that they call a special meeting so we can have this on the next committee meeting.
Okay. Can we get this, Mr. HR Director, taken care of to be on our next committee meeting?
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. My Civil Service Commission actually meet every other Thursday, whenever we can meet. And most of my civil service members actually, they work a job. And so I'll get it as soon as possible. Like I told Trustee Newman, there was no delay here on behalf of the administration because at 5:59 on Friday afternoon is when we got this abbreviated version from them. We have to sunshine our meetings. I just can't stick something before the Civil Service Commission. And so I'll do my due diligence. There is no intention, no delay here. As I said previously, what they propose, something that we can actually live with. And therefore, as soon as I can get the board to convene, I have I shouldn't say it, but a more, I guess, elderly group of individuals on my Civil Service Commission. We meet on Thursdays, and to try to call for a special meeting with them, that just doesn't happen because they do work. And I can give you the names of those individuals. I know there was an issue about the names of those individuals one day.
Well-
So I can try to get it here. I'll do my due diligence on trying to get it. There is no delay on behalf of the administration.
Okay, with that
Okay.
being, sorry to interrupt, I just want to get this in before my time's up. With that being said, I would move to send this to our next committee meeting on February 5th. Thank you.
Okay, that item has been moved and properly second to send to the February 5th meeting. Can we do that without
I
objection?
think we have someone from the union want to speak as well.
I am.
Okay.
I'm going to take it up. Excuse me. All right. We do have 2 public comment cards, and we need to hear those now. Let's see. Mr. Nobley?
Mr. Nibley.
Nibley, excuse me.
My name is Niquelas Nibley. I'm a representative for IBEW Local 474, 1870 Madison, Memphis, Tennessee. One thing that I did want to make sure of is that the last, on the second page, where it says, should there be a conflict between the language of this policy and the language contained in bargaining unit's MOU, then the language of the compensation policy shall be the governing and controlling language. The problem I have with that is the reason we come to the table and negotiate things is so we can have them in our MOU. And if we're gonna start this, like taking policies and just say, okay, we're just gonna override what we sat down and compensated to and agreed to, I have a little problem with that. If we've sat down and we've negotiated and we've agreed on something, and then you just say, okay, well, the compensation policy is gonna override what we've negotiated, I tend to have a problem with that.
I understand that. So what page was that? Page 2 and?
Page 2.
What?
Page 2, the last sentence.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. It's
Regina Newman, County Trustee. The language that the gentleman has an issue with is the same language the electeds had an issue with, and the administration has now agreed to remove in the substitute resolution.
okay. So it looks like that's been worked out already.
No.
Okay.
I think that's
Hold on.
not factually correct. Gerald Thornton, Human Resources.
Mr. Thornton.
Thank you. That is not accurate. What the electors have asked for is for us to go back to the original language, which is what Mr. Nibley just read. And that's why it says amended to revert back means go back to the original language of the fiscal year 2024 policy. That's what the electors are saying. That's why I say I don't know if the electors are really knowing exactly what they're asking for. The language clearly says, which reads, employees covered by an MOU are covered by provisions of the policy to the extent that such provisions are not in conflict with the negotiated provisions of the bargaining unit's MOUs. Should there be a conflict between the language of this policy and the language contained in a bargaining unit's MOU, then the language of the compensation policy shall be the governing and controlling language. The word revert back means to go back to where it originally was, which is this language here. What we had was that if a conflict exists between the compensation policy and an MOU, the language of this policy shall be governing and controlling. Well, it's saying the same thing, but what Mr. Nibley is asking for is that this language be stricken altogether and changed in favor of an MOU. So when the elected say, let's revert it back. Let's go back to original language, which is 2023. So they're asking for us to disregard what Mr. Nibley just said. So maybe we should have the electeds look at this again. And for the record also, only the sheriff has MOUs. None of the other electeds have any MOUs. The mayor's administration and the sheriff. Ms. Newman does not have any, Ms. Howard does not have any, all the other 10 individuals who actually sign off on this document. So really, the sheriff should be down here talking about this issue, not Ms. Newman.
Trustee Newman?
Thank you. Regina Newman, County Trustee. The prior language did not say that negotiated provisions were overruled by the comp policy. This year's comp policy says negotiated provisions are overruled by the comp policy, and we're asking to go back, which my understanding was this morning that the HR director had already agreed to. So he's reading from this year's comp policy rather than the year before. So I think we can address this issue, and it doesn't matter which electeds have MOUs. It matters the employees have MOUs, and this comp policy covers all the employees. So it doesn't matter who's here. We're trying to protect the employees. And so the clause that says negotiated provisions of an MOU are overruled by the comp policy is the one that's going to go away if we revert back to the prior language.
Do we have a copy of the previous MOU?
I think Ms. Newman should give you all a copy of what she gave me, because I'm reading from what she gave me this morning. I'm reading exactly what she gave me. No disrespect to anyone sitting at this table, but this is what she gave me. This is what you gave me. Read it. That's your document.
Good
Okay.
morning, Chairman. Regina Newman, County Trustee. This one is not the prior years. When we revert back to the prior years, it will be a different resolution.
Okay.
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. This is what was sent to me, and this is what Ms. Newman gave me a copy of. Respectfully, I just read, and Mr. Nibley just read to you what was presented to Human Resources on Friday afternoon, Friday evening.
And this is 24, 25.
This is the resolution amongst all the electeds. I'm not opposed to the language going back. For the record, I am not opposed to the language, because the language is contradictory. It says, if there's a conflict, the MOU supersedes. When I got with the county attorney's office, we made it a little bit clearer. saying-
What is your issue, though, Mr.
Well, my
Thornton?
issue is, I think where the problem is, Mr. Nibley is asking for a change of the language altogether. The electors are asking for the language to be reverted back to where it originally said. I'm not in opposition to it going back to original language, which contradicts itself. The two sentences contradict themselves. What Mr. Nibley is asking for is a change of the policy altogether. I'm not in opposition to what Ms. Newman is saying, but this is her document she gave me. And it says it shall revert back to the original language, and it says that employees covered by an MOU are covered by provision, blah, blah, blah. Should there be a conflict between the language of this policy and the language contained in the bargaining unit's MOU, then the language of the compensation policy shall be the governing and controlling language. That's not what he's asking for. So if I submit this before the Civil Service Commission, which I'm going to, it's going to revert back to the language you all had the previous year. Which is the
Okay.
original language.
Let's do this, Director Thornton and Trustee and Mr. Nibley. This is being deferred to February 5th meeting, and maybe you all can get together and, get your semantics worked out and be ready and be on one accord by then. How about that? Okay. All right, so we do have Commissioner Avant in the queue.
I withdraw my question. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other members in the queue. Can we defer this? It will be deferred without objection. I'm sorry.
One more card.
Oh, we do have another card. I apologize. Ms. Shaw, Ms. Hope Shaw. Good morning.
Hope Shaw, I'm a representative of AFSCME Local 1733. We do have a MOU that is covered under the mayor's administration. I think the confusion is, back in 2023, the comp policy was changed after 2023. I have a copy of the 2022-2023 comp policy, which stated that employees covered by an MOU are covered by provisions of this policy to the extent that such provisions are not in conflict with the negotiated provisions of the bargaining unit's MOU. And that's the, Should there be a conflict between the language of this policy and the language contained in the bargaining unit's MOU, the language of the MOU should be the governing and controlling language, with the exception of all economic items such as wages and fringe benefits. And that's the language that we're trying to revert back to, not the 2024 language, because it was changed in the year of 2024. However, it was not sent out like it usually is. That's why they probably didn't have that corrected copy, because the copy that's actually online still is the copy that was being edited. It still has red lines all through it. So that's probably why where the confusion happened. And I'm here to speak on behalf of, like I said, AFSCME.
Okay.
And we would like that language to refer back to cover the employees, because that's what we bargained for. We worked together to come up with the MOU and the language that's in our MOUs.
Okay, so what you have there, the document that shows the very language that Mr. Nibley and I believe Mr. HR Director was referring to. So what we need to do is that you all just get together, and by the 5th, we'll have this all worked out. How about that?
Okay,
All
thank you.
right, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution to address deficiencies in the county's annual budget report submitted to the state comptroller and requesting that procedures be put in place to ensure compliance with future budget reports required by Tennessee law, including statutory obligations and the Shelby County Charter. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Mills.
She said this item will be deferred without objection. She said.
All right, we have Mr. Director, Finance Director.
Did you get the move and second? I'm sorry.
I do. It was moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Mills. Sir? I'm recognizing you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, thank you. Michael Thompson, Director of Budget and Fiscal Planning. And I would like to essentially discuss what's needed for our budget submission. There are two things that we are governed by, and that is the Tennessee Budget Manual for Local Governments, and that's also an annual budget memo. Both of these things are on the comptroller's website and provided to all governments across the county. This resolution that I have here would be duplicative at best if it was sound, written correctly, and substantial. This resolution fails to mention the most important fact that we all should recognize is that all budget submissions have been approved by the state comptroller. All our budgets have received the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So what we have here is a resolution that, as I mentioned before, would be duplicative at best if it was written substantially following these guidelines. So I would recommend that we stick to what the comptroller actually recommends versus something that doesn't clearly present the facts and understanding of what's needed. Again, happy to discuss, but I see this as duplicative at best if it was to address the things in these two, but it fails miserably.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradford.
I was just curious, I assume the sponsor of this didn't meet with you, Commissioner Sugarman? Okay. I'm wondering, and I'll make a motion later if we need to, I'm wondering if we want to defer this maybe to the February meeting as well, since Commissioner Sugarman isn't here to kind of explain the intent of this. Obviously, we've heard from Mr. Thompson's side, but I would love Commissioner Sugarman to have an opportunity to support this as well. So I'll hold on that so we can hear from others, but if needed, I may make that motion at the end.
I agree with you. I'd like to know her intent. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to you, Mr. Budget Director, in the second whereas, there are the last 4 budget years, mentions of particular deficiencies. Are you objecting to the accuracy of those statements?
Michael Thompson, Director of Budget and Fiscal Planning. I am objecting to not having all the information. Those 4 bullet points there should be followed by, and the budget was approved. And the budget was approved. And the budget was approved. And finally, the FY25 budget was approved. So I think this, as written, as I mentioned, fails miserably on conducting anything and understanding the intent.
All right, thank you for that explanation. I think I understand where the sponsor is coming from. It sounds like she's expecting us to be a little more buttoned up on the front end. I recognize what you're saying about it. It was ultimately approved. I know she's spoken in the past about getting the line item detail in a more regular fashion. I think that would help us with our deliberative process, but as for the rest of this, I'm not poured through it. But I take your comments under advisement, I guess I would say. And you were going to make a motion to defer, so I'll do that, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to defer to the next committee meeting.
It's been motioned and properly second that this item be deferred to the next meeting, which will be February 5th. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Finance Director. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving program guidelines for the Board of County Commissioners Commission Summer Youth Program, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Wright. Do we have presenters? All right. Seeing no members in the queue. Oh, Mr. HR Director, are you?
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. Not a presenter, but are you all planning on raising the wages this year for those summer youth? Because there's always competition with the youth as well as with various programs around Shelby County government.
Do we have a representative from the Summer Youth Program to address the question? We do not. So, Mr. Thornton, I would suggest that you would maybe talk offline with the administrator or director of the Summer Youth Program to get your answers addressed. And if not, then we'll have someone present on Monday. Okay? Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. It's kind of hard for us to conduct business today, isn't it, without our sponsors or people to present to us. I will move that we send this down without recommendation since we don't have people here to answer our questions. And one of my questions for Monday will be, how much are we spending on this program? Just to find out, because I think it's been increasing since it started. But that will be one of my questions, and I'll move to send it down without recommendation for Monday.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded that this item, it was Bradford. Okay, moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 4, please.
Item 4 is a resolution receiving and filing the notice of vacancy created by the retirement of the Honorable Bill Anderson, General Sessions Court Judge for Division 7 Criminal, effective March 1st, 2025, setting Wednesday, February 12th, 2025 as the application deadline, setting Wednesday, February 19th, 2025 as the date to interview candidates, and Monday, February 24th, 2025 as the date for appointing an interim judge, authorizing the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners to publish notice of appointment and requesting that the Human Resources Department conduct a background check on all candidates for said vacancy, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
All right, so this item has been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Wright. Director Thornton, did you have?
Good morning, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. Yes, ma'am. Typically, when there's a judicial appointment such as this, Human Resources is not the one who actually runs the background checks. Typically, it's the Sheriff Department because they run a more robust background check due to the fact that a judge is considered as a law enforcement officer. We do not run law enforcement backgrounds, so I think the sheriff should be engaged in running these particular background checks. I did read that it says the Human Resources Department conducts such background checks, but this is a law enforcement matter, not a regular employee matter.
All right, thank you for that. Attorney Ingram?
You want to come over here?
Madam Chair, okay, you can hear me now. Marcy Ingram, Legislative Counsel. I put in this resolution a request for the Human Resources Department to conduct the investigations because the Sheriff's Office does conduct different investigations, which we've had some issue with in the past because it's doesn't always include records that have been expunged. And that does not apply in these type of situations. So that's why in the resolution, it requests that Human Resources provides the background check instead of the Sheriff's Office.
Well, I have a question here, Attorney Ingram. So you're saying, well, can you not request that those records be included from the Sheriff's Department?
Marcy Ingram, Legislative Counsel, we would ask that they be excluded. So if you want to have your chief administrator work with the Sheriff's Office to tell them exactly what kind of reports they want to do, that can happen behind the scenes, yes, ma'am. So all you would need to do is someone would need to make a motion to amend the resolution to request the Sheriff's Office make certain background checks. And then behind the scenes, your chief administrator can work with the Sheriff's Office to get you the specific reports you need.
Wouldn't it be better to just put all of that in the amendment, in an amendment and forward that to the Sheriff's Office as opposed to having two different levels of communication?
If someone would make the motion, instead of it being the Human Resources Department to conduct the background checks, for it to be the Sheriff's Office to conduct certain background checks, I'll make the amendments to the resolution and have that ready for you all on Monday.
Okay. Okay, so it would include all of the specifics that you were concerned about regarding the, what was it, expungements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the amendment, the proposed amendment, as I understand it, is to delete Human Resources Department and to insert instead the Sheriff's Office to conduct certain background checks.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Lara and second by Commissioner Avan. So just to be clear, you said certain, okay. And then the attorney will put the amendment that would include everything she thinks would be legally necessary to get the information we need. All right, thank you. Can we It's been moved and properly second. Can we do that without objection? So moved. That item concludes general government, and we will now move to committee number 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Oh, is it 9:20? All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 31 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $132,712.50 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Sugarman.
She did it without
Ms.
That's the,
Sykes-Wood.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Shelby County Land Bank Administrator. This sale of 31 properties is for over asking price by almost
I'm sorry.
Oh, my gosh.
Excuse me.
We didn't vote on item 4. On item 4. We didn't vote.
Oh,
We're going to have to recess this,
okay,
and we're going to have to reopen Committee 10.
okay. All right, we have an issue here, and I take responsibility for the fact that we did not vote on item number 4.
Yeah.
So we'll need to recess Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing, and reconvene general government in order to vote on item number 4. My apologies.
So let's just get with her and see if she's ready.
Okay, we'll let the clerk, are you ready?
Yes, hold on.
Okay, now we're ready. So every member desiring to vote on item number 4 under Committee 10, General Government, please do so. As amended, please do so. Every member voted? Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to reconvene.
Yeah. All right, now we are ready to go to Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. And Ms. Sykes-Wood, my apologies.
Let me just go ahead and reread it
Okay.
since we had that interruption. So we're reconvening Committee 11, and item 1, again, is a resolution approving the sale of 31 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identify purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $132,712.50 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Was that item moved and seconded?
It was.
No.
Yes, it
Okay,
was.
who was the mover and the second?
No.
Okay, so now let's get our mover and second.
Okay. Do we have a mover? Commissioner Bradford, did you move this initially?
Let's just do it.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Mills. Thank you. All right, so now we are in position correctly. Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This sale of 31 properties was over asking price by almost $6,000. The sales price was $132,712.50.
The back taxes on these properties were $260,602.26, which is a net negative of $127,889.76. 25 of the properties were sold for less than back taxes. Out-of-town buyers, there were 5 of them. They bought 5 properties. The sales price was $12,475. Back taxes on those properties were $45,074.16 for a negative $32,599.16.
Seeing no members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Madam Clerk, let's ready the board. Thank you, Ms. Woods, for that report. Every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk, give us the tagline, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Laurie. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. That concludes Committee 11, Core City, Neighborhoods, and Housing. We'll move to the Middleton Community Enhancement Grant Committee, number 16. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Specialty Performance Training Memphis Welding School, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant.
Do we have anyone here from the, oh, I'm sorry. It's been moved by Commissioner Brooks, and it's been moved by Commissioner Bradford, and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do we have a representative here from, this is Specialty Performance Training? Okay. All right, seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to Black Men Crowned, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner McKell Lowry.
Okay, did that change? Or is that the same one? Let's see, resolution. It's been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do we have a representative here from Black Man Crown? Okay, we'll defer to the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the organization. They do great work. They shed a light on people in the community doing great things. They also produce different segments. They were also produced one on fatherhood that was recently nominated for an Emmy. So I support the organization, and hopefully someone can be here Monday and can talk about the work that they do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please ready the board. Every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote. Every member voted?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Bartlett's Closet, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I'd like to amend this item by $5,000, please.
It's been moved and properly seconded by this item be amended by $5,000, which would bring the total to $10,000. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right, seeing no members in the queue, Madam Clerk, let's ready the board for the vote, please. Every member voted? Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, next item, please.
Item 4 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to the Memphian, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Sugarman. And we do have representatives here from the Memphian. Would you all come up to this table here? And you'll have an opportunity to talk about your program. Just have a seat. Okay. So when you get ready to speak, you need to just push the button on your intercom there, on your mic. Give us your name and an address you'd like to use.
I'm Mabel Holyfield, a member of the Memphians organization. Been around for 72 years. Reached out to Commissioner Brooks a couple of weeks ago about what we're trying to do to expand the services of our organization. I have with me the chairman of the Memphian Foundation, Mr. Meredith, and the Memphian Club is the president, is Mr. Canada. And they will explain what we're trying to do to enhance the services that we've been providing in this community for the past 72 years.
Did you say 72 years?
72 years, since
Oh, my goodness.
1953.
Wonderful, okay. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Anthony Boyce Canada. I'm president of the Memphis Club Incorporated. In 1953, Bill Weathers created this organization to further the goals and opportunities for our community, socially, economically, and educationally. We mentor, we adopt schools, we do great gas programs, and we've never been before this great committee to ask for anything. So what we're doing now is we're trying to further our reach in our community, especially in South Memphis, 38126. And I will allow the chairman to further promulgate what we're trying to do.
Give us your name and an address, please.
Okay. Ronald Meredith, and I'm going to use the home address of 65 Summer Grove. I appreciate the opportunity to present before the committee. As you see, I'm not one of the founding members, but we most definitely appreciate the opportunity. We partner, and we also help sponsor the Martin Luther King Day tournament that's being held every year over at Hamilton High School for the last 50 years. We've given away, this year we gave away $27,000 to the deserving children that were going to various colleges. We had students from all over the county that, they had to meet a grade point average of 3.2 grade point average. Had some kids that surprised us with a 4.4. I don't know how you get much higher than that, but again, the Memphian is an organization of men that desire to give back to the community and have done so in different walks of life. Mr. Mabry has been a staple in the community and for multiple years, and we can go down a nice long roster of distinguished gentlemen. But what we're wanting to do is reach back and help mentor children. Doesn't matter whether young men or young women, but we're wanting to see the Memphis community to continue to survive and grow. And so we feel that by our different programs that we just doing our small part to help make Memphis great.
And thank
Shelby
you.
County great.
Well, and thank you so much for what you're doing. I appreciate the fact that you all have been doing this since 1953, and as some people will say, they like to use the word, have your hands out. You haven't had your hand out, but for what you've done, you should have, because you've been a benefit to Shelby County. I've known Mr. Holyfield a long time, even since I was a young girl, and that's been a long time ago. And all the wonderful work that you individually and with your partners, the work that you all have been doing in this county, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, Mr. Weathers, I know his wife, Ann Weathers, was a swimming teacher at T.O. Fuller. I know this is going way, way back, but T.O. Fuller Park, back in probably the early 50s, because during that summer camp, I used to go there and take swimming lessons. That was his wife, right?
Yes, that's my wife's uncle.
Okay.
Trina Weathers Boyce, who's the daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Luke J. Weathers.
With Tuskegee Airmen.
Tuskegee Airmen, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
So this is a legacy fulfilled.
Oh, wonderful. That is so great. Okay. Well, hopefully that your program can maybe manifest at some point into the history of the Tuskegee Airmen, just starting from the point where Mr. Weathers was right here in Memphis. That would be great. Well, I'm just happy to support you all. And we do have another person in the queue, Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also say thank you for the work that your organization continues to do. I'm just learning about it to a certain extent. I feel bad about that, hearing how long you all have been around, but also to Commissioner Chairman Ms. Brooks' point, you haven't been here before asking for anything, so maybe that's why I haven't heard about it before, other than just doing the research here recently. So I want to be happy to support you all. I don't have much left in my budget as we start into the 2025, but I do want to amend this by $2,000.
All right, it's been moved and properly second to amend this item by $2,000. That will bring the item, excuse me, let me make sure, to $12,000. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Let's see, Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was listening while I was in my office, so I want to take the opportunity to be able to add 2,000 to this as well.
All
Thank you
right.
for all that you do.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Bills and second by Commissioner Brooks. Can we do that without objection? So moved. So that brings the item to 14,000. Okay, anyone else in the queue? Well, Mr. Holyfield and all of you all, thank you so much for what you're doing at this time in our culture, in our life, in our century, in our race. It is so important for Black men to step up to the plate and lend a hand and model the kind of behavior we want our boys to exhibit. And I thank you. And I wish I had more money to give you. But if I find some more, I'll send some more your way. Did you all want to have any concluding comments?
I just want to say thank you.
All right.
We can get long-winded up here, but we just want to say thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And we appreciate the opportunity, if you all have it in your schedule at some point in time, to maybe participate in one of our upcoming events, and we'll be glad to and appreciate your support.
Thank you for the invite. We'll try. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes, we need to see no other members in the queue. We will move to the vote. Madam Clerk? We're looking at it. Every member voted? Madam Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation as amended. Madam Parliamentarian, next item, please.
Item 5 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,000 to Arrow Academy of Excellence, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, do we have a mover and a second? It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford. Are there any representatives here from Arrow Academy? Seeing none, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Every member voted. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you, ma'am. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes Milton Community Grants Committee, and we are adjourned.
Oh, okay, all right. We're going to start committee number 13, Audit Committee. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1? Commissioner Morrison is over here keeping us on time. Thank you.
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the second quarter report of the Shelby County Trustee for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. Madam Trustee, I will hand it over to you.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, it was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford.
Good morning, Commissioners. Regina Newman, County Trustee. This is the second quarter report for fiscal year '25 for the Trustee's Office and in regard to the revenue received by the county. In terms of the most recent December 31st report, that is on page 2. That's the same report, the total receipts report that you get every Friday. The property tax revenues for fiscal year '25 are coming in very comparably to the last 3 years. We have no revenue issues to worry about in terms of property tax. It appears that we will be meeting our forecasted amounts as always. And those charts are on, I believe it's 4 through 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. In terms of bar charts comparison to the prior years. Sales tax is also coming in at a regular rate. We don't see any issues with the sales tax. Most of that goes to the schools, but we will continue to track that and report to you as needed. The other parts of this report, there are the breakdowns of the various tax pennies going to debt service, general fund, and the schools. And then the portfolio snapshot of the investments of the county's money, which is currently mostly in cash or cash equivalent items. We are still beating the state portfolio on interest rate, and the investment interest was extremely high last year, as basically all 5 prior years combined. We are on a good track this year since we still have things invested in long-term securities, but at the moment, it's not going to be what it was last year. The office activity and highlights, we kicked off the tax season with 4 remote locations on October 1st, and on December 1st, 4 additional remote locations opened. Those are posted on our website and included in the brochures. As time goes by, we do try to do more community outreach on tax freeze and tax relief programs. If any of you are having town halls, et cetera, we'd be happy to appear or give you some brochures to pass out that has all the information on the programs. The deadline for application for the taxpayers is April 5th for those 2 programs. We put on some cashier training, as we try to do every year for all the cashiers in the county. Trustee's office pays for that, and hopefully helps folks know how to reconcile and handle the county's cash as it comes in. Our goal for prior year taxes for the second quarter, we beat by $5.9 million, so we're very happy with that. And then we did take default judgment on the annual lawsuit for 2022 as required by law. We processed over 1,000 wheel tax rebate applications, and due to the new sliding scale on the income limit for wheel tax rebate for the senior citizens, we are getting more applications. So we're very happy with that, because the program was really down when it had a really old income limit. The integration efforts between our current systems and our new tax system are continuing, and we still hope to go live this spring. There is a page on the Greater Memphis Financial Empowerment Center progress, and that it includes that the clients have eliminated over $5.5 million in non-mortgage debt. Very pleased with that. That continues to rise exponentially. The report on expiring pilots is on page 2021 for tax year 23, and for tax year 24, it's on page 2022. We have had a couple of pilots that had been expired that were retroactively extended. And so funds that were included in this chart are no longer in this chart and moved off. So we'll have to net those out of what they've already received. Does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So you said that, who was retroactively excluded, and what does that mean? What is that process?
The chart for expiring pilots was based on the transit fund set up by the commission. And so as pilots expire, The difference between the amount they were paying for the pilot and the amount that they pay in taxes was put into the transit fund. Unfortunately, a couple of the boards have come back and extended retroactively pilots that had already expired, so we have to remove that money, net it out of the transit fund for the current year.
And those are IDBs.
Correct.
That's so problematic.
Yes. Tracking this at all is problematic, but having a plan for this year, this many pilots are going to expire, this much is probably going to go to the transit fund, et cetera, and then it all changes, so.
It's deeper than that. How can we keep track of that? I mean, well, you just said that.
Well, we do.
Okay. All right, I do have one more question, Madam Chair. The Lakeland TIF IDB, what's going on with that? I read something about the bankruptcy.
I don't have any knowledge of that, Commissioner, at this time.
Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 13, Audit. We actually have 8 minutes until we start our next committee. Thank you. All right, we will start committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 operating budget and accepting state grant funds in the amount of $100,000 from the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development to further efforts to secure broadband infrastructure and access to the community in Shelby County, Tennessee through the Broadband Ready Communities Grant Program, and approving a contract with Innovate Memphis in the amount not to exceed $94,000 in accordance with the grant for the term from execution through June 30th, 2025, and with the option to renew for one additional one-year period. This item requires the acceptance and expenditure of FY 2025 grant funds in the amount of $100,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Hi, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Morrison. And before Hannah gets started, I'd like to say happy birthday to you, being here with us on your birthday. So Hannah, I will now hand it over to you.
All right, Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Clay Bibbs. This may not be how everybody spends their birthday, but I'm very glad, very grateful, and honored to be before you today on my birthday to present this very vital resolution. Broadband access is very important today. I would say it's important as access to clean drinking water and to electricity. It connects people to healthcare, it connects people to jobs and education and even government resources. So I think that reliable internet access and the tools to access that are not just a privilege, they are a lifeline to so many people. The item before you today accepts $100,000 from the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development, and also approves a contract with Innovate Memphis. We are hoping to leverage their connection with nonprofit organizations and also their work that they've already done in digital equity in phase 1 of their Connect Shelby project to distribute up to 1,600 tablet devices throughout Shelby County. I'm joined today by the Executive Director of Innovate Memphis, Jessica Lotz. And in just a moment, if it pleases this body, I'd love to turn things over to her to present briefly on their existing work in this field, as well as their plans going forward with this grant. I just want to quickly stress that this resolution provides an invaluable opportunity to connect a critical gap between services and the tools that people need to access those services. And Innovate Memphis has already begun the work of helping connect residents to internet service providers and training NGOs to connect people to affordable resources. And commissioners, I just want to say thank you again for letting me present in front of you, and thank you for making this a very happy birthday to me. And with that being said, if it's agreeable, I would love to turn things over to Director Lotz for her presentation.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Great to see you today. I'll just start out by saying how Innovate Memphis first got involved in digital equity and connectivity initiatives. So like Hannah mentioned, I think especially 4 years ago, we all realized, or 5 years ago now, just how vital the internet and connectivity at home has become, not just to be able to do the basics of internet activity that we think of, but especially being able to access resources and opportunities. It really is a lifeline, and even in our latest census data from 2023, there's over 19,000 households in Shelby County that don't have home internet and another 16,000 that don't have devices at home. So we still have gaps to fill to make sure that residents have this access, and we first got involved because of other projects that we were doing to try and improve service delivery, where we realized most of these services, even that the public is offering, you have to have some kind of device and some kind of connectivity to get to. So things have changed a lot. So we've been able to be involved in all three components that really make up digital connectivity. So devices is the main focus today, but there's also things like having the skills to know how to use those things and having affordable home broadband connections. So if you don't have all three of those, it's like a tripod. You just don't get everything that you really need to be able to use this utility. I'm not sure how to advance the slides. There we go. So the first way that we got started with this work at Innovate Memphis with my colleague Courtney McNeil was the Senior Community Tech and Digital Connect program. So with that, we had 4 cohorts of seniors, and we strategically worked with the library system to offer a set of 5 or 6 classes per group to be able to build some of those basic skills, and the seniors got a free laptop device at the end. So we had a really high satisfaction rate with that. We also did some pre and post testing to show that they had more proficiency on how to use the devices by the end. From there, and we can advance the slide again, we moved on to partnering with Shelby County government, first through the Connect Shelby program that's underway now. So this takes care of that second leg of the tripod about broadband connectivity. With this, what we have done is start partnering with other nonprofits to help them with their clients navigate how to get affordable internet service. You may recall that in the early days of the pandemic, the federal government had an affordable connectivity program that had free and reduced cost broadband available to families that were eligible based on income. And so that program has ended with the federal funds, but there's still a lot of internet service providers offering some type of service. And so what we've done is help nonprofits determine what services are available locally, which private service providers are offering what types of programs, what the eligibility requirements are, what documentation and applications that you need. And so we built all of those resources and intend to be able to still give those to additional nonprofits and additional residents through this next phase. We can advance the slide. So phase 1 covers what I just mentioned, that we're working with a couple nonprofits to build and test how do I get people to these more affordable internet services after the federal ACP program ended. And then the phase 2, that is what this grant is about that you're considering, is to partner with additional nonprofits to share some of those resources we've already built and also deploy devices so that we can get back to that third leg of the tripod of digital connectivity. The last thing is just what the budget entails for this. The great majority of the budget is just about purchasing the devices themselves, and when you see the supply meeting costs, that's about having printed handouts of how do I get affordable internet, how do I work through that guide, skill building things that we've already built. And so by giving those resources to other nonprofits to distribute to all of the clients they work with who are eligible, that's the main intent of this grant.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lotz. Good to see you here today. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so I have a few questions. $100,000 is not very much. And so I have questions concerning the totality of the money that's available at the state level. Do you have any idea what is available at the state level? And then number 2, I see at state level, have you all tried to reach directly to the federal government for additional funding?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Thank you so much, Commissioner Sugarman, for that question. Yes, $100,000 is what we have to work with currently, and we're trying to make the best use of that through this tablet distribution. We would absolutely love additional funding. Obviously, this is a very vital issue, as I've tried to stress, and we would love to work more on those other 2 legs of the tripod, reaching the training piece and as well as the connecting people to internet service providers piece. So we are also, of course, looking into additional sources of funding. I know Innovate Memphis has been working on additional sources of funding, looking to push this program forward, and I'd be more than happy to come back to this body for additional funding in the future as well.
Okay. Well, funding of this body is very limited. Having said that, also, I would like for you all to reach out to the justice-involved youth detention, because when I've been very, ingrained with the children who are incarcerated or detained, it was brought to my attention that many of the children are not enrolled in school, so therefore they do not have access to devices. When I partnered with Dr. Sutton with TCATS, she'd offer 10 children, for example, opportunity to get training in IT. However, the 10 children, only 3 were actually enrolled in college and receiving services. So therefore, 7 did not have any access to any devices. So they decided to pivot and go to pen and paper. So I really would like for you all to reach out to the children that are detained who do not have devices or access.
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Sugarman. I know, especially where students are concerned, and especially students with special circumstances like that, that is very critical. I had the privilege of actually being your student around 10 years ago, and at that time, even then, a decade ago, having access to the internet was crucially important. So 10 years later, I can only imagine how much more of a necessity it is. So
I apologize. Oh my God, I've taught over 7,000 students, so of course you'll be doing something like this. So we need to connect for real, because I've got something for you as far as an idea. And a lot of my students give me ideas, and you know my heart's with the children, as always. So let's connect offline, because I really want to connect these kids who are in detention, because we haven't even touched the main population. And so my concern is, number one, I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Avant, you're next in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to continue to increase what we know is a challenge with just the digital literacy and opportunities for our community. I guess one of the questions I have with this project being you're pulling together the data to provide to the nonprofits, how is that information then disseminated?
So Jessica Latz, Executive Director at Innovate Memphis. When you say the data, do you mean the prior resources that we created? So we would have printout and online resources available, because we know, especially if it's a family that doesn't yet have internet at their house, they'll need that printed copy for it. So we're thinking kind of a handbook that we would be willing to, for nonprofits, if they want us to cover their printing costs so that they can reach a large number of clients, we can use that part of the budget that way. But we can also give them something that they can reproduce on their own. The idea is for this to be open source.
Okay. And do you have nonprofits that you're already working with, a list of nonprofits?
On that second project that I mentioned, that's the first phase of this one, about just the broadband services that are available that are affordable. We're working with Le Bonheur, and we're also working with Serving in Christ as our two main nonprofits.
Okay, so what is the plan for expansion with other nonprofits? And I think it's great, definitely, but there's certain ways that you'll interface with certain nonprofits, right? So with Le Bonheur, unless you are actually going to get a service at Le Bonheur, it's not likely that they're just reaching mass numbers of folks within the community. So what is the plan to actually provide, if it's, it's great that it's open source. So that means as many people who could participate, you want them to participate. So is there part of this, the marketing strategy for connection and community engagement and partner engagement? Could there be an MOU that is created with you and these nonprofits so that there's an understanding of how this particular product or resources is an opportunity, but there's also, if you're giving them these type of resources, you want them to have some accountability, right? And how they're distributing the information, who they're reaching. I think all of those things are metrics and outcomes we should be trying to achieve. We have so many plans that are just plans sitting on a shelf. There's no call to action from the actual plan. So for me, it would be important to have what's the call to action, who are the nonprofits that you're planning to work with, how do we make sure that especially those that are most impacted, which we know are some of the most disadvantaged zip codes in our community, how are we connecting with at least one on-the-ground nonprofit with each of those communities who would be happy, I think, to provide this as a resource. Thank you. I'll get back in queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Avant.
Sorry, I didn't realize if you wanted me to respond or not, but thank you so much for that feedback.
I would like a response.
Okay. I appreciate it, and I definitely agree that we want to have some MOUs in place with the groups that we partner with. We don't have particular nonprofits in mind today, simply because we wanted, this process to play out first. But I will say some of the criteria that we're thinking about definitely hit on the things that you've mentioned. So definitely want to prioritize nonprofits that are serving low-income families that would benefit from the affordable broadband, that we know are less likely to have a device or several, multiple devices in their home for their family. When you look at the geographic areas of town that have lower rates of home internet service and device ownership, those are largely in North and South Memphis, and there's some really good data from Microsoft where they pulled in census, FCC, some other things that we can use for that. We're also thinking about partners that are already addressing some of those other parts of connectivity. So if there are those that are already doing the skill building parts of this that also are trying to do broadband enrollment, then they would be a great candidate because the devices then complete that puzzle. Other things that I think are getting to your point about capacity, places that have foot traffic and a lot of face-to-face interaction with a lot of families would be great, because it's a lot easier to catch somebody when they're already at your site to say, you could qualify, this would be a great service for you. And related to that, just having dedicated staff and services that are about some of that casework, that are trying to get people connected to other types of things beyond just digital connectivity and equity.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Avent. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I think this is a great program. Well, it could be a great program, but I just have a little question. When I heard the word equity, and then I went to the, you call them NGOs, let's just say nonprofits, Labonner and Serving in Christ. I couldn't align that. I'm trying to understand, with your knowledge of the lack of broadband access, in addition to devices in North Memphis and South Memphis, why would you go there first when there's less of a need than, I would say, in 38107, 08, or 26?
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I will say for that first phase that we talked about with broadband connectivity, we took a different type of approach to recruiting nonprofits for that than I think we would want to do for this. We really just had an all-call of trying to announce this with the county's nonprofit committee, some social media posts, some email outreach to just as many people on nonprofit listservs as we could think of. I think Tennessee Nonprofit Network was also an area that, or an organization we promoted that through. And we just found, coalition of the willing. If people want to try this out with us, we just want to work with people that see it as something that fits with what they're doing. So in those two cases, Serving in Christ works with opportunity youth in that 17 to 24 range that might just be getting out on their own and could benefit from having a device. And then with Labonner, the connection that they saw was around some of the social work, casework types of services they do. They have a big emphasis on social determinants of health. And so that's been our thinking with them is, if you see a good connection to the services that you're already providing, we want to work with you. I think in this next phase, we also just want to make sure that we're tailoring some of our outreach to the nonprofits that meet some of those other criteria that I mentioned.
Okay, so as a former teacher, I had a number of students just this past, I guess it was 22, who had devices, but there was no access. A number of students, so therefore, there was, I was unable to assign homework or research or extra credit that could be done at home because there was no internet activity. They had to go somewhere else. So can you align that? If you're giving out devices, how did you align that with access?
Absolutely. So in that case, the thing that we can definitely do no matter what is take some of those resources, the step-by-step guides that we've put together for this broadband part of the initiative, and be able to pair that with the device to say, here's how you can find a service that's affordable, and in some cases, depending on your income, free to be able to enroll in. So if you do that process, when you get the device, they go hand in hand.
I'm going to talk with you later offline because there's a lot that needs to be done, and maybe we can get some more money in your program And because we certainly need to help students be able to get their homework and be able to learn and just be able to get done what they need to get done to educate themselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm going back to the $100,000 again. That is not enough, okay? And so my question is, when you went to the state, okay, how much was the total bucket? Because the federal government sent them $100 million, and Shelby County did not receive its fair share. Having said that, I would like to know how much was in the total bucket? How can we, as a commission, help support you get additional funding from the states, as well as the federal government, if the ask will be directly to the federal government? The other thing you mentioned was 5 to 6 classes per group, and how many individuals are in the group. And then the other thing was, I would like to, again, find out what nonprofits you're working with and to collaborate the efforts towards justice involved youth. So again, as far as the $100,000, that's not enough. So do you know the total amount that was available as far as the grants?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Commissioner Sugarman, off the top of my head, I don't know that number. I can definitely get it to you, and absolutely, to your point earlier, I would love to meet with you offline later as well to discuss how we can target this going forward specifically for justice-involved youth. I think that's a very valid and important cause, so I would love to meet with you on that. And I can absolutely get you that number as well. On your second and third question, that may be more Innovate Memphis specific.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. So on your second question, you were asking about the number of people served?
In the classes, correct. You said 5 to 6 classes, but how many are in each class?
So the total across, there was 4 different cohorts of seniors, and so the total individual people served was 70, and each of them were supposed to attend, I think, either 4 or 5 or 4 or 6 weeks. It's been about a year and a half, so my memory's a little fuzzy, but if they attended enough of the classes in their cohort, they received the device in addition to getting the skills.
Thank you. And is there infrastructure mapping? Because I know that there is a map across Shelby County, and it indicates, where there's lacking broadband. I was wondering if y'all had access to the map, and then if you could share that with me, where we stand now, as far as where the gaps are. I'd appreciate that.
Yes, I'd be happy to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Chairman Wiley.
Thank you, Madam Budget Chair. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Rashad, who actually applied for this grant. So thank you, Rashad, for your work on this. It's fantastic to get the support. Yep, that's it.
I'm sure he appreciates that shout out. All right, had the birthday girl, had the former fellow, all their work is coming to fruition. We're at the point now, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Morrison, Laurie, Avant, Whaley. We have 6 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. At this moment, I do want to make everyone aware that we're going to have to recess Budget and Finance because we're going into an executive session. So we will be back shortly. Thank you so much. In the hopes of getting us a little bit back to being on track, I want to go ahead and bring us back together for committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Port Olathe to provide the Parent Leadership Training Institute, PLTI program, which is free to any parent or caregiver in Shelby County in the amount of $130,558. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025, with option to renew for one renewal period under the same terms and conditions upon County Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of Juvenile Court Judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the Juvenile Court Judges Operating and Maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $130,558. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Chairman Whaley and a second by myself. I do know that we have a substitute for this item. Madam Parliamentarian, do you have the substitute?
Okay, I'll move the substitute to the floor.
All right, the substitute moved by Chairman Whaley, and I will second it. I would need for you to read the caption.
The substitute caption for item 2 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Juvenile Court to Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Port Olathe to provide the Parent Leadership Training Institute, PLTI program, which is free to any parent or caregiver in Shelby County in the amount of $178,958. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025, with option to renew under the same terms and conditions upon County Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of Juvenile Court Judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the Juvenile Court Judges Operating and Maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $178,958, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. That substitute was moved by Chairman Whaley. I made a second. Can we accept it without objection? All right, so moved. I do see several commissioners in the queue. Wanted to see if we actually had a speaker for this item. Is someone here from Juvenile Court? Okay. Can you come up and speak on the item?
You make sure to press the button on the microphone.
Testing, okay. Teresa Thornton, Finance Administrator, Juvenile Court Judge. This contract represents a portion of the Sheriff's Office opioid funds that was designated or approved for us to use. This is one of the first contracts out of 6 programs that we'll be using as a wraparound service for our Youth Justice Department.
All right, thank you so much. Just want to, for those, the listening public, just want to acknowledge the caption was read of the substitute. The main change was the dollar amount from $130,558 to $178,958. All right, there's several commissioners in the queue. I'll first go to Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Judge Thornton, I have a question. These opioid funds have a shelf life. How much did y'all receive, and how much do you have left to spend? And I don't remember the deadline to have those spent by. Do you know?
So 1.8 million was the total, and so this is the first of 6 programs that we'll be submitting. The other 2 items, 3 items will be submitted at the next board meeting, agenda meeting. So this is like the first dispensation of those $1.8 million.
Okay, so that's good, and then you'll be completely.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sure, just let me ask this, they all meet the requirements to be able to spend the opioid funds?
Yes.
Fall within, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
I don't have any questions, Commissioner Mills. Asked them unless our speaker wants to go back over the timeline, over the 6 items to make sure that we make the deadlines, and if she knew what those dollar amounts would be, she could say that. Otherwise, I have no questions.
Of the 1.8 million, this is the first. We have another Porter Leaf program that's going to be 130,558. We have the Pure Academy program that's going to be 600,000. We have the Youth Advocacy Program, YAP, that's going to be 300,000, and we have Raphael Institute of another 150, and the final balance will go to Inside Circle. So we intend to have all of those within the next 30 to 45 days before you for your final approval. They are under contract review at this time, and just the timeline of getting them reviewed, and insurance, risk management, all those details. We're trying to make sure that we dot every I and cross all Ts. So we will have those funds expended by the first quarter.
Was that everything, Commissioner Ford? All right. Just for the record, just say your name one more time for each question. Sorry.
Teresa Thornton, Finance Administrator for Juvenile Court.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Ms. Thornton, thank you.
question?
Is there someone here from, well, maybe purchasing? I have a question in reference to this item, and I think it's designation as a sole source. Can you help me understand that? Is that correct?
Yes, good morning. James Gloucester, Administrator of Purchasing. Well, it's actually a single source
Okay.
for this
Why?
particular one.
Why?
I think it started out as a sole, but it's a single
Why?
source. Right here, their reason, I'll let them explain more, but their reasons for goods and services, not a sole source, but for specific circumstances, makes it necessary or beneficial to purchase from the source without using the open bid process. And their explanation, I'll
Okay.
get it back to the floor.
Wait a minute, let me just make sure, let me ask my question, so we'll make sure we're talking about the same thing here. So Porter Leaf has this program. This is a Parent Leadership Training Institute. And that's the single source we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you still stand by what you said? Okay, you want to explain to me why this is a single source, because I'm trying my best to understand that.
The Parent Leadership Training is is a national parenting program that Porter Leaf is one of the only nonprofits here in Shelby County that has been certified and has the credentials to run that program.
Okay. So what does it do? Tell me about what is the objective or the mission or the vision of this program? Parent leadership
It's to engage
training.
the parents. I mean, a lot of the other partnerships that we have focus on the youth, focus on the detention.
Okay.
But this is mainly for parents, training them, advocacy work, things that they can do to help their children. So it's one focus specifically on.
I appreciate that, and I'm running out of time. And the reason I'm asking this question is because I understand, I worked for juvenile court for 11 years, so I understand the demographics, if you will, of the parents that we need to engage at juvenile court. I don't think it's changed too much since my time there, except they may be younger now. However, I mean, just because Porter Leaf went out and got this little certificate does not give them all of the, I don't think that they should be bestowed all of the power, if you will, to engage parents just because they have this certificate. I mean, it's more to it than that. There is ethnic and cultural engagement, identification, competency, all of those things. I mean, do we know that this organization has empowered Porter Leaf with that cultural competency and engagement. That is a main concern for me, because that's part of the problem.
Well, this is a national program, so many other cities have taken this parent I keep saying teacher, but parent leadership training and have been successful. So that was one of the reasons why Porter Lee sort of stood out with this particular service.
I know I'm out of time, Madam Chair. I appreciate you indulging me. I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so I just want to disclose for the record that Judge Sugarman is my brother, and I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Okay, so when we talk about this national program, we talk about all of these other entities who have been trained by this particular program. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the same demographic? Are we talking about children who live above poverty, children and parents rather, who live above, who are above the poverty line, those who, the federal, if you will, and those who are below? Just what are we focusing on? Because what we're focusing on, or what we need to focus on here in Shelby County, may not be what the majority of those other cities, towns, states focused on. The demographics, in order for us to say or use them as an example, the demographics must be the same. We need to compare apples and apples.
Yes, ma'am. There is a criteria to the program. I cannot fully speak. I apologize for not being prepared to speak. But each parent that has a youth involved with youth justice issues will go through it's actually a 20-week program that they go through. So there's going to be classes. When I say advocates, one good portion of that is allowing them to become spokespersons or being able to advocate for themselves, for their students. That's also, it's a very formalized program.
You mean for their children?
For their children that's involved with youth detention, already involved in the youth justice. And this allows them to get equipped with how to even respond to some of the learning that they're going to get. If you've got a student that's going to Pure Academy, sometimes we need to also provide something educationally wise to undergird the parent with some of the information that they are learning about their...
Oh, okay. So I'm running out of time, and thank you so much for that. Is Pure Academy in a relationship with Porter Lee?
No, ma'am, but we will, that's one of the other partnerships within the $1.8 million. So in that portfolio, we have some partnerships that's going to be very focus-driven on the youth. And then Porter Leaf is going to be sort of picking up delivering services that's going to nurture our parents. That's the other program that they have, Nurturing Parent.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask if you could do this, please. On Monday, could you have someone from Porter Leaf and whomever else, some of your other partners here, so that I can direct some questions to them and get some answers and be able to make an informed vote?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brooks. I think for this one, it is Porter Leaf as this one. So I think you were speaking of future partners.
Right.
So I think as we move forward, when those happen, to make sure that you have someone representing that actual partner here so questions can be asked directly to them.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Laurie, Avant, Chairman Whaley, Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 7 aye votes, 1 abstain.
All right, thank you. That goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, we have a couple of add-ons. Can you please read add-on item number 3?
Item 3 is an add-on item. Item 3 is a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee to create and fund 3 positions for the Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee Clerk in the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. That was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, thank you. And so I would like for this to be included in the budget for consideration in the consolidated budget as opposed to an amendment. And I'd like to just briefly go through the history, timeline of the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Committee. It was first executed by the Mayor Harris on February 2nd, 2024. Then Mayor Harris appointed Anthony Coleman, Vicki Williams-Cox, Michael Working, Stanley Lifford, and this was, these appointments were approved by the commission and executed by the mayor on June 10th. And then the last thing we were trying to do is, as far as putting forth the clerk, the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Committee, was to actually have personnel, which were 3 full-time FTE, and this was brought as amendment. And as you all know, the budget had already been approved, and this amendment fell by this board, this commission, even though we had out there the Department of Justice, we had issues with the 2 on Poplar, and this consideration would allow for 3 FTE positions, would include an administrator, as well as an investigator and a clerk. And so what is the point in moving something as such as, or approving an ordinance, not once, but twice, as this board, if we cannot actually put people in these positions?
All right, we did a quick switch over. Commissioner Sugarman, you just finished in the queue? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Chairman Wiley?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And appreciate Commissioner Sugarman for bringing this item. I think this is a great item to consider in Budget Subcommittee, which is, we recall, this is the part of the big reason why we've created this subcommittee and have these meetings before the budget is presented, so that we can consider any items that relate to the FY26 budget. So I'd make a motion to refer this to the Budget Subcommittee. To the sponsor. The next one is next Wednesday. We could do it as early as then, or there are, the next one's February 12th after that. It's up to, I would defer to the sponsor on that.
Okay, I have questions to the chair through the committee chair. Number one is, okay, I would like for the full body to vote on this, since the full body did vote on the ordinance. And by going to the subcommittee, number one, as you know, I do have school, I would have to take off. And then number two, as far as, I would like for it to be put in the consolidated budget as opposed to just a committee, the subcommittee.
I don't think I understand. So put in the committee instead of the consolidated budget?
No. Okay, so you're asking for me, the sponsor of this resolution, is to put it into a subcommittee, correct?
Right, so the motion I'm making is to refer it to Budget Subcommittee.
And that's what I'm questioning. Okay, so we put it in the subcommittee, then then when, as far as the full body will get to vote on it? Or would the subcommittee determine whether or not to even bring it, is my question.
Yeah, it's up to the subcommittee would take any further actions, whether they refer it back to committee, that action could be done within a subcommittee.
Right.
The creation of the subcommittee structure was exactly for this type of proposal.
Right, and so my concern is, the subcommittee will be able to vote this item up and down, is that correct?
That's right.
So your rules indicate that a committee may approve an item and recommend adoption by the county commission, forward the item to the county commission with a negative recommendation, forward the item to the county commission without recommendation, or defer action on the item to a subsequent meeting of the committee. The committee may amend an item, but may not kill an item. If a committee fails to forward an item to the county commission after any appropriate deferrals, the item may be placed on the agenda and be acted upon by the majority vote of the commissioners present and voting.
Okay, point of information, again, to the parliamentarian through the chair. Okay, so then if it's brought before the subcommittee, and for some reason I'm not able to take off, and then they can vote it up or down, but it'll still be brought before the commission. Is either voted up, voted down, or what have you, is that what you're saying? I'm trying to get clarification.
So what committees are able to do is approve, recommend, so it's basically going to be a recommendation. And so, those are pretty much your options.
Okay.
So in terms of, it can be deferred to a subsequent meeting if you're not able to, just like here, if there was an item that you were responsible for, that a commissioner said that they wanted to hear your thoughts on the item. And so it was referred so that you would be able to be present.
Okay.
Deferred.
Okay, through the chair, the parliamentarian, I would like to ask a few more questions for my clarification. And so what will prevent this from going on up to the commission so we can, make sure that it's in the consolidated budget? What is the difference between that and trying to do what the chairs recommend as far as sending to the subcommittee? What is the difference?
I mean, ultimately, if your objective is to have the item voted up or down, that's what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Right, so you want the item to be heard, and so I think that what the chair is recommending, that it be vetted at this subcommittee.
Correct.
And then you still have your options, just like you're doing an add-on today. You always have that option. If you want to push the item onto the agenda, that would be subject to the rules.
Okay, this is chair, point of information.
So the chair of this committee is Clay Bibbs. So you're referring to her
Oh,
or me?
so parliamentarian through the committee chair then.
So thank you, Chairman Whaley. So I think it's very similar to what we do here. Chairman Whaley is asking that you go to subcommittee so it can be vetted, questions can be asked, finance can be at the table. Then as a subcommittee, we vote it with recommendation or without. It still goes to the full body. Very similar to here, it still goes to the full body. We're just allowing for more time for it to be vetted, so all of the questions can be asked, so everyone can have the input around it before it goes to the full body.
Okay, point of information to the committee chair. Okay, and so again, taking off would be very detrimental to my job as a teacher in the classroom. So I'm asking, so that I am the sponsor, I will not be there. And so my issue would be to defer, which could happen. I do not want that to happen. So I want my wishes to be known on record, that if it's, gone through the committee, that it be vetted up and down. And then also, ultimate is to put it into the consolidated budget.
All right. Understand, I think finance has heard you as well. So we have started that process. Yeah, I will actually have a conversation with you also about dates if possible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the motion that I was going to make here, which is to refer this item to the first budget subcommittee meeting, which is next Wednesday, January 29th.
Mr. Chair, I think the question at hand is, before we say the date, is because I think Commissioner Sugarman is asking for it to be a date in which she knows she can actually be at the subcommittee, because she wants to be able to talk about it. So that's why I was giving the opportunity for her to pick one of the dates, not in this present moment, but we can find a date in which works best for her, if possible. So can we say it in a way in which we know it's going to subcommittee, but we're not saying the date, because it needs to match her calendar?
Yeah, I think that's fine. You just let me know and I could put it on the agenda. I think that should be okay. Madam Parliamentarian, is that appropriate, or do we have to have a specific date?
Well, yeah, we generally say a date certain, so, but it can always be referred like we do. It can be deferred, I think limited to 2, but you can suspend the rules.
Okay, Madam Chair, let's go ahead and put it on Wednesday, and I'll just make the arrangements, and, I just deal with the consequences at the school.
Well, I think what we can do is we can refer it to a specific date. The one I propose would just be next Wednesday. And then if that doesn't work for you, I think we just, between now and then, we find out which date, and then we can refer it to that particular subcommittee. So at least this way, it ensures that it's in the queue, and then we can take further action on it as your schedule allows.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Ford, you're still in the queue?
Where are we at, so I can make sure that I'm within the scope of speaking on this? Was there a motion that was made, or was it just a recommendation? Where are we at before? That's my point of information before my clock starts. I need to know where we at.
We had a motion by Commissioner Whaley to refer to the 129 Budget Subcommittee. Did we have a second?
And I didn't hear a second, that's why I'm asking where we're at. So now is that on the floor appropriately, Budget Chair?
Yes.
All right, I'm ready to speak now on this.
Commissioner Ford.
All right, let me say this, and Commissioner Sugarman, I'm glad you're bringing this again, but I think you're being blown off. And I need finance to stay in this seat, because what I'm about to say has nothing to do with you. Stay in your seat. We can talk about subcommittees all day and vetting and input, but this was vetted and everything else in 2023 in May and June in prep for FY24. Commissioner Sugarman, you found the monies. They were going to be part of the penny we were going to put back in on a 339. So we weren't talking about a tax increase or fund balance. It was money that was already found. You did that first, and you put the ordinance in place. And you're correct, it had to be voted on twice. This was funded then, but then you had some people that decided, for political reasons, let's take that $300,000 out, because we were told to do so. And I'd be glad to share that memo with who was in a room so that it could happen. So this vetting, it's already been vetted. It was already voted on. But the majority of this body decided, snatch that money, because you didn't vote for the wheel tax. You already missed out on 18 months of implementation. And many of those people that come down and want law enforcement to be responsible, just like what we had on the city side, we're missing out on 18 months. So you know what? I wonder if this is by design. They can say whatever they want, but the votes were the votes, and we know who took the money out. There are factions that I met with this week, and I have let them know about particular votes on this body. So I don't want anybody to act like they're virtuous when their votes don't match. Because if that's the case, some of you that were causal of this issue, this shouldn't even be on the agenda, because we should have left things alone. But you know what? If y'all want to keep on playing those games, you're no better than the school board yesterday. I said it. That's why I said finances has nothing to do with you. And some of these commissioners are sitting here right now. 2025 is a new year. It's time for people to know what's really going on this body. I support your item. I know you're going to have to fill in this blank. I think it's $300,000. 315. Oh, it's went up, yeah. But we shouldn't be talking about this. But you have people that are sitting here right now that decided, let's take this away. It ain't about you. It's about law enforcement review. So that's all I have to say on that. I don't think anybody should comment, because I'd be glad to name drop who you are. We need to take care of this. Do right by what should have happened last year. That's all I ask. Do y'all have the courage to do that? We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Avant, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Never want to back down from a challenge. I think it's incumbent upon us, as we're making decisions about our budget, about the things that obviously have when we were going through this whole budget process last year, it was a pretty arduous process and has been for the last 2 years based on a lot of the needs that we have as a county. Commissioner Sugarman, I too agree that this is an important item. I don't think that we should allow ourselves to become party of the personal back and forth, but really to keep the main thing the main thing. And if it is how we find resources and funds to support things like this that are important, and that fit within the scope of the things that we in our retreat actually said we would focus on. I think these budget subcommittees help us to do that, like to talk through those things that we as a commission comprehensively voted that we wanted to focus on as priorities for us this year. We went through a comprehensive process, thanks to our chair. So I think we should stick to what we have made an agreement to do, and where there are opportunities to also have funds to support things like this or other things that come up, that it goes through that process. So I just want to make sure that we continue to get back to a focus that helps us actually achieve some of the goals that we stated we wanted to do as a commission.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avent. Commissioner Sugarman, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to respond to those comments. This is part of the retreat, and this is also part of the issues of the Department of Justice, as well as what's going on to Unpopular. Having said that, I have a question, point of information, through the committee chair to the parliamentarian. Does any commissioner have the right, to tell another commissioner they cannot bring something on the agenda? Because that's what's been happening to me over and over again, especially with these two items recently. And so if y'all look at the record, I am the commissioner who has more add-ons than any other commissioner. Why? Because there are gatekeepers on this board. And so I'm going to just, if you want to bring it out, let's bring it out. So parliamentarian through the chair, does any commissioner have the right to tell another commissioner that they cannot bring an item to the committee?
So the chair does set the agenda. However, there are rules, for instance, the add-on rule, whereby there's a process where you can bring an item that is not appearing on the agenda.
Okay, again, parliamentarian through the chair, the question was, a committee chair, does a committee chair, for example, as the committee chair, of workforce development, there's an item that had to do with workforce development. It was not brought to workforce development, but had it been, I would not have said, no, you cannot bring this item. So the question is, does a committee chair have the authority or right per our permanent rules to deny another commissioner to bring something? I understand that's ultimately up to the chair to set the agenda. I understand that. That wasn't the question.
You basically you explained it very well. It is ultimately up to the chair to set the agenda. However, I believe there's a rule, and I'll look for it, where I think staff is supposed to advise the committee chairs of what appears on the agenda. I will clarify that, but it is ultimately up to the chair to set the agenda, but of course, it would do that in consultation with you. And again, with the add-on, the committee chair does have discretion about items that are added to the agenda at committee pursuant to the add-on rule at committees.
Okay, so let me give a clarification to the parliamentarian through the chair. So you're saying that, for example, if there's something that wants to come on workforce development, I have the rights and the authority per permanent rules to deny that. Is that what you're saying?
I can read the rules for add-on.
No, I'm not talking about add-on. I'm not talking about add-on at all. And as you're very aware of, as a commissioner, I've only had an assistant for 6 months. So that is not a possibility. So my question then is, to the parliamentarian through the chair, would I, as the chair of a subcommittee, workforce development, since I was the only one to put on, have the right to deny someone, another commissioner, or their staff to put something in my committee? That is the question.
For your subcommittee?
For this committee, for as a chair of a committee, the chair of the workforce committee is what I stated.
I'm going to say this again, I don't think this is the answer you want to hear, but again, the chair sets the agenda.
Correct.
And so the rule by which you would have some authority is the add-on rule at committees. That is the way the rules are constituted at this time.
Okay, and this was denied me again to have this brought forth. I did speak to the chair after the fact, and so that is why I'm bringing again another add-on. I just want the public to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for your remarks, but unfortunately, I did not get any information about these items being on this committee. So that was a matter, maybe that went through staff and the chair, but when the chairman came to me and said these should be add-ons, I agreed.
Chief Perry said it was denied by you, so.
Absolutely did not see it.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford or Chairman?
May I? Yeah. So just to sort of help us here, Commissioner Sugarman, I agree that this item should be taken care of, and it could be taken care of as an amendment to our current budget, right, which would be appropriate to bring it before us in committee today. One of the pieces of feedback that we've received is wanting to have more time set aside for the FY26 budget deliberations and being able to get as much information as possible so that we're not sort of rushing at the end. And so what you've done here, which is quite good, is well in advance of even the proposed budget being formulated, putting something out there that says this is an expectation of the commission to have in the budget, and if it's not in there, we commit to funding it. That's the way it's written. So it's written in a way that says we'd like to see it in there. If it's not, we commit to it. And so when it comes time, we either vote yes or no on being willing to amend the budget to include the amount. So that is all in good order from how I can tell. And the idea behind having these subcommittees before the proposed budget is for exactly this type of proposal. And this would be the very first one that we would consider. So I think it's, again, I'm trying to help, move it along, because later on in the spring, we're going to get many more proposals likely. And you can imagine if we had them all during regular committee days, of which we still have another committee we need to get to, it sort of bogs us down a bit, right? So that's the idea. And certainly it's flexible to work with your schedule as needed. But I think this can easily be worked out to where we can have it in the subcommittee and probably take immediate action, right, to get it done by our next full commission meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
So that we can be done. Thank you, because I thought that's where Chair Whaley was going to go so that we can have some clarity. So wherever that disconnect was, I'm going to assume that you made the deadlines that were on the calendar, and whatever disconnect there was to where it was not put on the agenda, which forced you to put it as an add-on, I hope that gets rectified, whatever that is. I don't know all the goings-on, but you're correct. You're the one that puts the committee agenda out and everything else. So whatever that disconnect is, it needs to be resolved, because we still have another 6 months, 7 months, 5.5 months in this fiscal year. So I hope we get that taken care of. The motion on the floor, I know, is to put it in the subcommittee, but I will say this to the sponsor of this item. Don't let anybody prevaricate with you. The votes are the votes. When votes got exposed a few weeks ago and people were put on notice, they couldn't say anything because the votes were the votes. I know we have other items. I know we have another add-on, unfortunately, so I'd like to go ahead and dispose of this item. So I think we can do that without objection. So I just needed to speak on this item, on the motion for it to go through its process. I'll try to be here on that day to support your item if you have to go to school or something else. Because again, as I said before, this shouldn't even be here. The money was already there, and people decided to take it out because they were told to. Be a leader, not a follower. If you can do that. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. This item is going down to subcommittee without objection. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4, add-on item number 4?
Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution to raise the minimum wage of Shelby County employees to a living wage in accordance with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's living wage calculator for the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
The item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so I have the same question as I did before with the last item. Chair, were you aware that I was trying to put this on the agenda?
Because I don't set the agenda, I was not aware.
Okay, but understand that to the parliamentarian through the committee chair. So when something's added to a commissioner's committee, they're notified. Is that not correct? Because I did send this out to Chief Perry again. And then also, again, I want the listening body to understand, I've only had an assistant for 6 months. So phone calls to my constituents, emails, those kinds of things are done by me as a commissioner because of lack of support. Thank you.
I haven't been able to find the rule yet. Marcy might know it by heart, but is there something about where the staff is to notify a subcommittee chair about items that are appearing on in their subcommittee or in their committee? I think it's in Rule 6. Rule 6, let's see. I'll keep looking for that, but in the meantime, can we just take this as an opportunity for a friendly reminder for staff to alert? But I think the intention when that rule was adopted was that there were items that the committee chair was placed on the that was placed on the agenda that the committee chair may not have wanted in that committee. And so I think the intention was maybe the opposite. But in terms of just staff notifying or just checking in with their assigned staff to let them to go over the agenda so that they are aware of what's going to be in their committee. So can we just accept that as an opportunity for a friendly reminder to staff?
Chief Perry, are you listening? And so to the chair, I will do this sub-chair, committee chair rather. So then we would send this to subcommittee for their consideration. Is that your desire?
May I? Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Yes, I was going to make a motion to refer this also to subcommittee. I think this one likely requires a little more analysis because I think we're going to want a financial presentation on it to have actual numbers to look at. So that's the only thing I think requires a little more than the previous item, which we've already seen before. So that's just one piece to realize we may need a little more time on the second one.
And I found it. So it's Rule F, Roman numeral 1. The agenda for all meetings shall be approved by the chair. Staff shall promptly notify a committee chair when an item is added to that chair's committee agenda. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Chairman Whaley has made the
Yeah, I'm going to make the motion to refer this to
Motion.
the same subcommittee.
Second by Vice Chair Avent. Can we accept that without objection? Commissioner Ford has a question.
Thank you. Is this the same day as the other one, that the motion?
Yeah, I mean, we can change it if we like. I think just having it all in the one we've already got. And then at that point, again, if we need more time, which we likely may, just because it's going to require a lot of financial analysis, we can refer it to the next sub. It can be, action can be taken on it. If we want to, we can change the date altogether and decide on a different date.
That's my point, because I don't know if that financial analysis that you referenced, if there would be enough time to see how much this would cost as a fiscal note for the purposes of implementation. So are we just going to put it on that date, and if we can't make that deadline, we just move it as you said?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
I think this is a note just like for finance to know that this is something that will be considered in subcommittee, that we'd want to see numbers on this resolution to be able to understand ahead of time what the implications may be, and a decision will be made based on that.
And through the budget chair to the original sponsor, and I just want to make sure that all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed. I'm going to assume that since we heard this rule and you in good faith have attempted to make the deadlines so that you won't have add-ons, that you have documentation that shows all of that from this going all the way back to whenever you need to go back. I'm assuming yes or no?
Yes.
All right, and I say that on the record because if that is the case and bias or discrimination is being done, that's going to be a problem, and I don't think, Mr. Chair, how can I say this? Let's just get it fixed, so I don't have to necessarily bring this back up, because if there's a pattern, not to use school board words on some stuff from yesterday, but if there's a pattern to where 1 or 2 or 3 individuals are not getting what they need and they are following the rules that we have, then I'm going to be supportive of anything that my colleague may need in order to correct that, either through the chair or this body. So I support this going to the committee, and again, I'll be there in support if you're not there, and I don't have any other questions on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. This item will go down to Budget Subcommittee as we prepare for the FY26 budget. All right, this officially ends this particular committee, which I guess we were in budget. And now we will go on to committee number 3, Hospitals and Health. Oh, gotcha, okay. It's a lot of motion happening over here. All right, okay, Madam Parliamentarian, we're actually going to move around Hospitals and Health, but we'll start with item number 3.
Item 3.
Sorry, Dr. Taylor.
Item 3 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Report on recent ROH renovation updates. Van Turner and Dr. R. Coopwood presenting.
All right, we have a presentation today by Mr. Van Turner, Commissioner Van Turner. Welcome with us. Dr. R. Coopwood is presenting, and we do have the chair of the board with us today. So I will hand it over to you, Dr. Coopwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to introduce our board chairman, Dr. Reginald Coopwood, CEO Regional One Health, just introduced to the whole body our board chairman, Mr. David Popwell, who's here today in support of this presentation. But we'll start off the presentation with Mr. Turner, Commissioner Turner, to talk about the deliverables as it relates to the resolution that was passed by this body. And then followed, I will give an update as to where we are with the process with the building.
Thank you, Dr. Coopwood. Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Commission, Van Turner, Vice President of Supplier and Community Relations. Could we go to the first slide? So on 6/26/23, there was a substitute resolution adopted by this board, and within that resolution, there were certain milestones that had to be met by Regional One Health for receiving the funding for the rebuilding of Regional One. And so when you look to the first category, it says to identify a cabinet level position. Obviously, they've hired me to serve in that role, so that is completed. The second milestone was to select a firm to execute a contract for a disparity study. We've done that with Griffin and Strong. And note that Attorney Rodner Strong did the disparity study for the county. And that study is still in progress. The next category was to create an inclusive economic development committee. That has been completed. We held our first meeting on 11/18/24. The second meeting is slated for 1/30 25, which is later on this month. The next category asked us to build or draft a supplier diversity dashboard, and that has been done. I know I owe Chair Brooks that URL, and I think we're going to get to a slide that has that. And finally, on this particular side, it says to create a targeted recruitment campaign for key zip codes. And we are in the process of doing so. You gave us certain zip codes and asked that we include those individuals from that zip code in the hiring and all phases of what we're attempting to do for the rebuild project and just for the hospital in general. We've reported to Chair Brooks' committee, which is the Black Economic Inclusion Committee, I think monthly for the better part of last year. And so she's received those
Point of order,
reports.
excuse me. It's not Chair Brooks' committee. It is the Black Caucus Regional 1 Economic Inclusion Committee.
Thank you for the correction, Chair Brooks. And so we reported to that committee monthly for the better part of the year. And so we are, in fact, looking at those zip codes, and some of the partnering organizations include the Memphis and Shelby County Schools Career and Technical Education Program, More Tech, and Tennessee Technology Center at Memphis. Can we go to the next slide? So this is the dashboard, and it shows you how you can plug in the information and get what you're attempting to get on that public-facing dashboard. And we'll make sure that all the commissioners have the URL, so you're able to go to that website, connect it to Regional One Health, and get to that dashboard. Next slide. Is that you?
Thank you, Mr. Turner, for that information. Now we want to transition to an update as to where we are with the rebuilding process of Regional One Health. The Regional One Health has identified our project management team that will lead us through the programming, the budgeting, the identifying of through RFPs and RFQs for the identification of architectural and engineering firms as well as contractors into the future. So this entity that has been formed between two parties, All World Project Management and Cavalis. All World Project Management is a local project management firm here in Memphis, Tennessee that has an experience and has shown great competence in helping projects, including some of the schools and other projects across Memphis. And they have partnered. We did a RFP where we looked at national firms across this country who have experience in building complex hospitals, not just your local 100-bed hospital, but major academic medical centers across this country. And Cavalis was one of those firms that presented on that day, and we chose Cavalis because of their experience and the project team that they brought to the table. And so Cavalis and All World have partnered. You can go to the next slide, I believe. Have partnered to create, they didn't come up with a fancy name, so it's Cavalis All World. It's a 50-50 joint venture with an integrated approach to project management. And before you is the org chart at the top of the executive support starts with Michael Hooks Jr. and Walt Massey with Cavalis. And so on down, you see individuals who are part of both teams that make up the project management team that will lead us through, and we'll talk briefly about what that looks like into the future. So there's a slide we presented earlier, the 30, 90-day plan. We're in that 90-day window where we're then in the process of doing data analysis. So we have given the All World Cavalis team all the data they've asked for as it relates to operations, admissions, discharges, complexities, staff, beds, everything that they need in order to put it into their, the way that they will look at it to help us to determine what the hospital of the future will look like. Identifying key participants. We have a executive committee that is made up of senior leaders that meets monthly, and we're built a steering committee that is made up of different VPs, directors, and managers throughout the hospital that will provide input as to what the operations of the hospital is. We have program and vision alignment in order for us to understand what it is that we want to build, need to build for this community. And we have made it clear of our intention to include local small business, women and minority businesses throughout our community to participate at all levels. With that, and this co-venture understands that's our intent. And as we go through the process of identifying future firms to participate in this bid, this is going to be a strong expectation. So we will ultimately have a press kickoff event sometime in the future as we've come to a point where we have identified what that project looks like. And then we looked at a 180-day plan. A program is finalized. They will be able to tell us a recommendation, how many beds should be, how many ICU beds, how many ORs, how many CTs, how many MRIs, where they should be located, where outpatient, inpatient services should be provided. We will then they will develop a pro forma based on this information and a timeline of the development. So shortly when we go to the next slide, we'll kind of look at that timeline. They will help us in the formation and creation of RFQs and RFPs to select our architecture and engineering firms and the construction teams through the process. As Vice President Turner stated, the disparity study is ongoing with Rodney Strong and his team to help make that happen. The next slide kind of looks at this in a staggered, so you can have a understanding of timeline to meet expectations. We're right now in the data collection phase, which will go through February, and then that's followed by the strategy refinement stage through March and April. This is a very high-touch process with the organization, involving many individuals within the organization to help the strategy refinement piece, and then our program development RFQ and RFP piece will go from sometime in April through mid-June in identifying architecture engineering firms, and then putting together the construction team, which will happen probably in July or August. And then we'll have the financial integration, which will include the pro forma work through this process. Just to manage expectations of this body, and we are grateful of the investment that you all have made and provided for the rebuilding of Regional One Health. The original $350 million, which we have not made a draw as of yet. And then we are appreciative of your votes in December to extend this to 500 over 10 years. We are continuing to work with the state of Tennessee and the University of Tennessee to be able to draw down dollars from the governor's either his primary budget, which will come out in a couple of weeks, but more likely something will be included in his supplemental budget that comes out in later in March. This is an update. The other thing that we want to know, because we all want to see cranes, we all want to see steel going up, we all want to see all the processes, but this process of once an architecture and engineering firms are identified, that's a 6 to 12 to 18-month process to design the hospital after it's been fully programmed, and then once the contractors are identified, then there's the construction process of planning the construction. And so this will probably go into next year before we see what we want to see, which is the building of the hospital, which will allow us to continue to identify funds, to kick off our foundations capital campaign, which will be significant and probably announced in the near future, as well as continue to identify corporate sponsors to participate in this process, which will be well over $1 billion total. With that, I rest, and I would be more than happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Coopwood. Giving Commissioner Brooks, you're the first in the queue.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I believe we were informed last week, Commissioner Turner, I think you informed the Black Caucus Task Force on Black Economic Inclusion, Region 1 Black Economic Inclusion, that the contract between Our World and Caballos had been signed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can we get a copy? I think I emailed you for a copy of the contract.
Yes, ma'am. And it says on my phone it was sent to you about 10 o'clock a.m. to your county email.
Well, I did get something, but I got a proposal. I didn't get a contract.
What I read was signed by both parties. It should be a signed version of it. I'll double check that, but I made sure that it was.
But it referenced, okay, let me just, okay, because we may need to, maybe I just need to ditch my, right. So this is a proposal. I don't have the contract. Okay, let's see here. Right. So is there a difference? Because I see what you sent here, and basically it says here, thank you. Okay. It references proposal. So I'm trying to understand, are you using proposal and contract to mean the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's going to require some more conversation so that I can understand, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll talk about that later. Now, just one more question in reference to, I guess, who will be responsible for any cost overruns? I didn't see anything like that in here that addressed that. So would it be us, or who would be responsible, or the project manager, Our World Caballos?
So Reginald Coopwood, this is a professional services contract where they will go through all the things that I just described and help us get to that. And it's 18-month contract with a total cost listed on that sheet of paper, about $3.6 million total over 18 months. That is the cost of the contract / proposal / contract. There's no overage that is to be applied to Regional One Health or the county. When we're talking about getting into the process of, even when you talk about the architects and engineers, those will have a dollar figure fee associated with it. Once you get into the construction piece, that's where the risk will be managed and mitigated through contractual processes that Caballos will help us manage.
So this is your legally binding document?
This is a professional services agreement for them to help us program and design the hospital. Yes, ma'am.
Is this your legally binding contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Brooks, if that's all you have. All right, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you, and for those that I met with, thank you for giving me a good presentation. It was mostly Vice President Turner, and congratulations on your role. You have been a proponent of Regional 1 for a very long time. You were the one that tried to get the $350 million taken care of before coming on, because we were in limbo regarding what we needed to do with Regional 1 as far as these updates. I have two questions, but I need to give a little context real quick. Dr. Cooper, you know that it was an arduous task in order for us to get here. You know that your vice president and I worked on several things to where when the administration came short, we had to find monies, I want to say at least $15 million, in order to make sure that some of the capital as well as the operating were taken care of at Regional 1. And I know that every year you all are going to have to come down in order to make sure that you have the funding in place for these additional updates that you're going to add to this, because I see on page 2 you got a not yet started, but I'm going to assume that within that aforementioned 18-month period that it will be completed, but there will be some other another matrix as far as the rebuild is concerned, I'm assuming. Is that correct? So my questions are as follows. I know that Regional 1 agreed to go down from a proposed CIP, and that number went back and it actually matched, and this was Commissioner Whaley going back to an older number, so it was stated that it was really not anything being taken away, it was an original number. So my first question is, will those monies be allocated and appropriated before June 30th? And the reason why I asked that, and Mr. Turner, you know this, and this is the reason so that people won't be confused, why there was a therefore be it resolved in the budget that I ended up asking to be stricken, because I'm going to say this in front of you, Dr. Cooperwood and others. There was language, and finance and legal can disagree, but the way that I read it basically stated that if you all don't make that finish line by June 30th, then Shelby County government had the right to basically say, shut down everything unless it's schools. I asked for that language to be taken away so that you can handle your business regarding this update as well as any other rebuilds that you plan on having. So are you going to be able to go ahead and allocate and appropriate that 30+ million? And when should we expect the next update so that we can make sure that everything is on this particular timeline that you articulated? Whoever wants to answer those two questions.
Reginald Coopwood, thank you for the question and your support. Yes, we will expend the whole $30 million that's allocated for this fiscal year through June 30 within the current fiscal year. We will be bringing something forward to this body shortly that will for requesting for dollars against that $30 million. And then the other thing, after we've expended the money that is appropriated for this fiscal year, one of the things that Corvallis and All World will provide us is a kind of a future budgeting process as we look at the next couple of years of where dollars have been allocated through the proposed CIP budget. There's proposed dollars in next fiscal year, and we will be working with All World and Corvallis to put forth a expected expenditure budget between July 1 of '25 through June 30 of '26.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the timeline, because that puts everything in perspective. I just want to state on record that Hickory Hill, which is my district, a support of Regional 1, they're concerned in fact, when asked, would you if there's limited resources, if there was an issue of funding Regional 1 or the two schools, Regional 1 was number one. So they really support this. The concern is the state. Yes, I understand that you're going to speak with them and try to get it in the 2026 budget, but what happens if that does not happen? Would you then come back before the commission, ask for additional funding, or what is your plan B and C?
Reginald Coopwood. So, yes, we are in the process of meeting with our Shelby County delegation, with the state. We have meetings with representative and senators, the leadership, as well as representative senators outside of Shelby County, because this will need to be a statewide vote to appropriate funds. By moving to the $500 million that this body addressed in December, it allows us the dollars to, as we go through programming, and as in my discussions with Caballos and Allworld, what they'll do is they'll program what a complete hospital cost, which will exceed the amount of dollars that are on the table, and they also will program what we can build with the dollars that we have available. So we will take the dollars that are currently available. This is if there's no state dollars. The dollars that are currently available, as well as what is projected through the philanthropic capital campaign, and then understand it from that point what size hospital, what services will be included in the hospital. But all during this time, my role as CEO is to go out to multiple sources to find these funds. We need this hospital for this community, and so we will do what we need to go find the funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. For Brooks and Ford, because it will be your second time, let me go over to Commissioner Bradford. Okay. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I promise I won't be long, but I'm still going back to this proposal versus contract. I have your little proposal here. This is 2 pages. Okay, so now the teacher in me says, a proposal outlines the intended plan for the work, the project, detailing the scope of work, deliverables, timelines, costs. That's a proposal, and proposal is mentioned here. It says, we developed this proposal to provide comprehensive planning and implementation services, etc. A contract is the legally binding agreement between the parties that defines responsibilities, terms, and obligations. So this is a proposal. I'm looking for a contract that I can sit down with Ms. Tipton and Mr. Thornton, Finance, and understand the obligations, the terms, condition, the risk, if you will, of Shelby County in this project.
Yeah.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Van Turner, and I see what you're saying. So this was a proposal to Regional 1, and it was accepted. And so upon the acceptance of the proposal by Regional 1, it became a binding contract. And so if it was not signed and countersigned by all vested parties, then it would have just been just that. So if you would have been sent a proposal that was not signed or accepted, then it would have just been just that. I know it's not in the normal form of what you see with a contract where it has to witness this, witness that.
But it doesn't have all the ingredients of a contract. I don't mean
Yes,
to
ma'am.
interrupt you respectfully.
Yeah.
It doesn't, and it says proposal, and that's what I take it as, what it says it is.
Yes, ma'am. It lays out the scope of what we're asking Caballos and All World to do. It lists the objectives. It has the price point. It has a term certain for when the project work is to be completed. And essentially, and I know you, and it has a indemnity provision, a hold harmless provision. It has a travel expense. It has how to terminate the contract as a termination for convenience. And so then it has an approval, Madam Chair Brooks, on page 5. And it says, your signature below indicates agreement with this proposal and approach. We look forward to the unfolding of a successful
Okay, you know how this clock runs.
Yeah,
My
I'm sorry.
time is almost out.
I'm
so,
sorry. Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, let me just ask you to do this then. Let's since you want to call this a contract, let's call it a contract. Let's put contract on here. And then I'd like to send it to Ms. Tipton for her review
Yes, ma'am.
as a contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
So, as a follow-up to what Commissioner Sugarman stated, and she left already, so we can only control what we can control up here. We can't control whether we're going to get funding from Nashville or not. We've been talking for how many years? 3 years? I don't know if that was a political talking point for a push card, or if people were really trying to get some stuff done. I know if I go back to my record, I can simply state that even when this was not brought up, this commissioner wanted to make sure that Regional 1 got money when it was not in proposed budget. So I can go back and show millions of dollars in the 8 figures. So I don't want anybody questioning where I'm at as far as something is concerned. I would challenge their record on against theirs anytime. My question goes back to, let's say that it's just $350 million and 500 over time. You're going to have a different set of commissioners up here. You're going to have a different person on the 11th floor. And what I've stressed to Mr. Turner, and with some of our conversations as well as Ms. Tish Towns, is that there's going to have to be a lot of strategy, not just necessarily in Nashville. You're going to have a lot of strategy down here on the 6th floor and the 11th floor, because things are about to change. This commissioner can only vote on one more budget for you all with CIP. This is why I asked what the timeline is, and are you going to spend all your money? Because what I don't want to happen, and 2 commissioners are already on record stating that they don't mind taking some of the money for their own purposes. This commissioner's never done that. So I just want to make sure, what plans do we have? Because I think that you're doing everything with the limited resources that you have in front of you. But what is the strategy as far as, okay, next year you got this set of commissioners. Let's say that the state does not come in and say, we have some money and we're stuck with $350 to $500 million. Well, this group is going to be different, and it's going to be a different executive. So what do you have in play? Because you, or if you decide, if somebody decides to give you something better than Regional 1, there needs to be a short, mid, and long-term plan where you all are able to come in and make sure that money that is in a 5-year plan now does not get moved around, because it's already been moved around to a prior number. So this body could do whatever they wanted with the next budget. So my question is, what's that short, mid, and long-term plan in order to make sure that this money from the local perspective is preserved? And I say that because we're only bound, my last sentence, we're only bound by one fiscal year a year. They can put a 10-year plan which failed, and it doesn't matter. Just this 1 year. So short, mid, long-term plan, please.
Reginald Coopwood, the short-term plan is, we're working hard with this current state, both in the legislative body and the governor's office, to include funds in this year, which goes through late April, maybe early May. The midterm plans include an aggressive, we've finished the feasibility study for our capital campaign. It has not been gone over with the foundation board. Once the foundation board has seen it and reviewed it and accepted it, we'll be able to hopefully announce what that number is. And they will, as well as myself, will work with them to raise those funds, which will go with the dollars that the county has set aside over this 5- and 10-year period. If there's no dollars that come from the state, we will have to work within the means that we have to program and design and construct the hospital in phases within the dollars that are available, while we continue to identify other dollars to completely build the hospital that is needed for this community. So we're focusing right now on the plan that is before us, and if no dollars come from the state, we will then work hard with our philanthropic aspect. And I mean, I've committed to go on the road to find these dollars because of the need of this community for what it is that we're trying to build.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Bradford, you're in the queue.
Dr. Coopwood, VP Turner, thank you all for your presentation this morning. Briefly, I did want to state to Commissioner Brooks's comment, previously I worked in the design industry, and my company did a number of contracts that were nothing more than 3-page proposals, so it is kind of industry standard for this type of thing. Typically, when we get into the design documents and the construction, that's when you'll see very thick documents, that because those two responsibilities have a lot more risk associated with just the front-end study. But I'll let VP Turner there and Commissioner Brooks sort that out. I did want to commend you on the presentation today. I think you have selected a very good team here. Obviously, we've got All World, who is our local expert on this, and also a minority firm as well. I am aware of Covalus's work around the country as well. Certainly an expert for healthcare, so look forward to what they bring to it. Also, you tempered our expectations on seeing cranes and that type of stuff, but I'm excited because I know when you've got your program manager on board, things start moving. I'm looking forward to seeing the financial studies, and I would bet that we'll start seeing some probably renderings and other stuff coming out this spring as well. So that's very exciting, so I look forward to future updates. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Vice Chair Avant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to thank you all for bringing the update. Obviously, we were thinking you were coming to tell us the date that the crane, the first groundbreaking, would be happening, but knowing that this is a pretty methodical process that you've had to go through in order for us to even get to this point. And so thank you so much for, sharing these updates. I too am really excited that we have local participation, right? Not my line of work. I trust the industry experts like Commissioner Bradford about Covalus, but it's good for me that we have the expertise of a local firm that supports what we know is a vision for Memphis and Shelby County. One of my questions around just kind of the timeline, the 180-day plan. Once the pro forma development has happened, and then you're really talking about the A&E construction, what is the overlap in that piece? Just trying to understand, like from the perspective of, as you're drawing down funds each year, what that will look like as far as the ask from the county in respect to the $350 million.
If I can ask Mr. Hunter from Covalus to kind of help answer that question, and Michael Hooks as well.
Hunter Carlson with Covalis. Thanks for having us. In terms of how this progresses over time, it all gone through how we manage through the programming and through our early cost modeling to understand what is really going to be the cost to outlay for this project over time. And understanding what the appropriate funds available by year, we then put that into how we implement the plan. And as earlier stated, when we bring on the architects, the CMs, all this is then coordinated to make sure we have funds flowing in appropriately and at the right time. The reason why this 18 months that was shown is so critical is because the way we position our projects early is we inform our design partners and our contracting partners that there are hard realities around these costs. And that we can't just design anything we'd like and then find the price later. We actually require them to price along to these limitations and budgets, so we can avoid the risks of overruns and these budget busts that hamper ultimately what you can provide to the community. The last part with that is, as we look at what total funds, whether that's both locally at this county level and state funds, philanthropy and others, we do want to make sure that we have viable options for what's palatable and what's realistic at the time.
Michael Hooks, All World Project Management, just piggybacking, Commissioner, off of what Hunter stated. We're in extreme due diligence mode right now. We're looking at this project from the need of the community, but also an opportunity to phase if we had a plan A, B, or C, Dr. Ford. But just know that we've got a team of certified construction managers, licensed engineers, environmental engineers, looking at the project from top to bottom with the end in mind, to mitigate the risk that there won't be any cost overruns, Commissioner Brooks. But the process is that we're the program managers, we're the planners, we're an extension of Dr. Coopwood's staff to work on this and think about this every day, all day. We will, as a part of that process, to get to answer your question, be procuring architects, engineers, and construction managers at risk, which means we mitigate the risk for cost overruns. Another concept that we're developing is integrated project delivery, typically in construction. Commissioner Bradford, these entities are natural adversarials. We want everybody to be on the same page. So this concept is developed and has been developed in other locations and has been successful for some of the best hospitals in the world. We're bringing that home to Memphis. Just like the concept of the joint venture between a local firm who has the capabilities and the personnel to manage a project like this, but not the experience. And Covalis definitely has the expertise, but knows very little about the local market. You see these type of joint ventures naturally in cities like Atlanta and Chicago and St. Louis, and hopefully this pattern will trickle back down through the architects, the engineers, and the construction managers and the trades, where we can bring national large companies with capabilities and expertise to feed some of the partner with and feed some of the local companies. So we're setting a precedent from the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Avant. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be my last round. This is to Dr. Coopwood. Is Regional One Health and UT collectively seeking support from the state, or is Regional One on its own in this pursuit of state funding?
So, Reginald Cooper, to answer your question, we have an agreement with the University of Tennessee, which has its own state funding priorities. The university has not received capital dollars for the last two budget cycles of Governor Lee's budgets, So they have capital needs across the state for the University of Tennessee organization. Where the commitment is from University of Tennessee, if there's dollars, once the governor puts it in the budget, then I don't want to say the fight, but then the work begins with the legislatures in Nashville to make sure it stays.
I understand that part.
And
Okay, I don't
and then
mean to.
but they were committed to work with us once that point happened.
Okay, thank you for that. And what I wanted to just get a yes or no, are we still pursuing the teaching hospital or the university medical center concept? Are we still looking at that in conjunction with UT? That's how we started out.
Yes.
So have we deviated from that?
No, we have not.
We're still on that path?
We are.
Okay, and, all right. Last question. Are we building, I've heard you mention in a couple of meetings, a like for like, and I've been trying to figure out what that meant. So I'm going to ask you now because I haven't figured it out.
So when we talk about like for like, currently we staff about 350 beds. We have 12 to 14 operating rooms. We have so many trauma bays. We have so many ICU beds. And so when we ultimately looked at the very high level work that the first company provided us to give us a number to go after, we just took the facts that we have, how many ORs we have, how many ICU beds, and that's what the like for like means, is the number of places deliver care is what they programmed into that scenario that we presented originally. It is not going to be the like design, it's just how many. And so what we're going through now with Covalis is to get to that to more granular, to understand exactly now truly how many critical care beds, what size do all these spaces need to be. And then that is what they will ultimately turn over to the architects and engineers to design.
Okay, so that sounds like a replacement. Okay, so then that's not a rebuild. In my mind, that's not a rebuild. A like for like is different. A rebuild would be totally different, a totally new thing.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, a rebuild and a like for like, the way I understand it, is that you're not replacing anything. You're not building anything new.
No, we're building a new hospital that has the same components that were in the
Okay.
old hospital.
Okay, rebuilding, okay, and that's why you call it rebuild. Because you're rebuilding the very same buildings that you had originally. Is that correct?
Not the buildings, what's in the building.
I know what's in the building. Well, the kind of building.
No, the kind of services will be in the new facility, but we are currently operating a hospital, providing care to this community with our current setting.
Okay, so it is a fill in the blank. This project is a rebuild or it's a like for like? I just want to get the terminology straight because every time we meet it's different.
Okay, go ahead. Hey, Hunter Carlson, I appreciate the question, and for Dr. Cookwood adding on. Through the analysis and the data assessment of what this community needs and what Regional One provides, we will be bringing a new building with existing services, maintaining and not reducing services to the community. Is that the root of the question here, or are you really looking for terminology?
No, I just want to know what it is. Is it going to be a rebuild?
A lot of it's going to be replacement.
Replacement, okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to offend Dr. Cookwood here. We don't want to rebuild Regional One the way it is today.
I know that.
There's so many
That's
inefficiencies.
the obvious.
And so when we look at this, it is, yes, we're engaging in a new construction project for efficiencies, whether that's not just with staff and providers, but even utilities, the way that it consumes. We want this thing to be more efficient, more accessible. So it is going to be replacing the current those services will stop being provided in those spaces, and they'll be transferred completely to the new space.
Okay, so one last thing. Will you be addressing any clinical needs or any gaps in services?
So we will definitely include the services that we're providing today. We'll be working with the Cavallis All World team as well as the University of Tennessee as we look to expand services appropriately to address the gaps that exist in this community.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Avant.
Thank you, and I appreciate answering of the question so that we have an understanding, because as each fiscal year comes before us, we want to be prepared in how the spend down of the amount of money that we've committed to Regional One, and ultimately what may have to be additional funds that are supporting what is a very needed project within our community. As Commissioner Brooks was asking that question, the thought that came in my head was, is the design, when you're thinking about the needs of the community, will it incorporate what you had dreamed for originally? I mean, we talked about this project in its totality of being as a level 1 trauma center, that we know there's so much need, but because of where you are in our facilities, that sometimes you were not able to think about all of the possibilities. And so I just want to make sure that we're continuing to dream about what we need for this community, rather than settling for what has become status quo sometimes.
Yes, we continue to dream about what this facility can be. Our team here will help us manage our dreams and the cost, and we will try to get those dreams and the cost to merge, and that's why I go back to my statement that having this group here to manage the construction process, to have integration within our facility, allows me to go on the road and find. I got to find over $1 billion. Even if we go to $500 million, we're still about $1 billion short, and that, as the CEO of this organization, that is a commitment that I'm making to go find that money so that our dreams can match what is ultimately designed and built.
And I just want to publicly thank you, Dr. Coopwood, for the care shown to our family. You never know when you're going to need Regional One until you need Regional One. And so I am eternally grateful for the care that your staff provided our family during a very difficult time. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
All right, this should be my last time I got to ask this, because we talked about CIP and capital throughout probably 90% of this conversation, but anytime you talk about rebuild or building new, there is an operating cost, especially if you're going to have more human capital. So my question is, has it already been qualified and quantified? What, are you nodding your head already? Oh, okay, you're doing something else. Okay, all right. After the rebuild and after whatever structures are built new, will there be new heads that have to be employed in order to make sure that you're up and running? And the reason why I ask is because I support Regional One 1,000%. You all were the ones that did come to the district when Kroger decided to leave off of 3rd and Bells and they took the pharmacy and the clinic away. When we got the grocery store back in within 5 months, who was the pharmacy? Regional One. Who's the clinic walking distance? Regional One. And I've looked at, I know it's fine over there because there's a lot of traffic that goes through, so Regional One came to the rescue, thank goodness. So as far as the operational capital is concerned, can you discuss, have you prepared for the new bodies that you would need to have in order to take care of any of the facilities that are either rebuilt or new. And then I'll simply say this as a point of personal privilege. I do appreciate Regional 1. I don't think I'm being presumptuous when I say this. As a partner with what we're working on with the Racial Equity Ad Hoc, Mr. Turner, VP Turner, has been instrumental enough to where there is a sub-project that we're doing to where, you know, anybody can be one emergency away from filing bankruptcy. Anybody in this room. And sometimes there are things called uncollectible debt that you all have to endure or the family has to endure, because even though it may not be on the credit report anymore, because one thing that former President Biden did do is work with the CFPB to make sure that it's not on the credit reports anymore. But the one thing that we are partnering on, and I'm glad that we're working on that, and I gave you the Zoom, is to working with a collaboration with a nonprofit that actually purchases this debt on 1 cent on the dollar, to where I think we have a $200,000 allocation. If you do a 1 cent on the dollar deal, we're working on trying to get up to $20 million worth of uncollectible debt removed from folks, because we need to go ahead and do that. So if you can answer that question, but I had to do a quick personal privilege on that to say that we appreciate you being one of those partners. And if the other hospitals want to join, that's fine, but just know Regional 1 was first. What's your answer to the human capital piece?
If you wouldn't mind, since I couldn't control my body language, Commissioner, I'll jump in. I was only shaking my head negatively because we haven't, but that is in the process, right? In the timeline that we've developed, and let me say this, we have not been successful as project managers. I'm a certified project manager. Stakeholder engagement is the first thing they teach you. And you all are very important stakeholders. Give us an opportunity. We will be engaging individually and collectively with you to get your input. Commissioner, thank you for reminding us that we need to align with the budgeting process. A familiar face, Patrice Thomas, is a part of our team now, and Patrice is very familiar with your process. So we have the not only construction technical expertise on our team, but CPAs and folks that are familiar with government that are going to make sure that we're checking the boxes. And when we engage with you, we remind of the boxes that we need to check. So we appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I hope you don't mind me nodding my head after I heard Patrice Thomas's name, so I'm done.
Commissioner Ford, thank you for your comments. Let me first, before Dr. Coopwood, Mr. Hooks, and Hunter, I didn't get your last name, from Cavallis, just commend you for your today's work. I think as someone who was born in that hospital, able to sit here today to be able to represent a community in which I know that needs your services, I'm beyond excited and hopeful that you have this project and you're going to run with it. I love Vice Chair Avant's question around how do you dream, but at the same time manage the funds of it so that we are able to have a hospital that we know that's going to meet not only the current needs of our community, but the future needs of our community. So thank you for your presentation today. A lot of great questions were had. Looking forward to this moving forward. Thank you so much. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, could you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 Shelby County Health Department Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $100,000 for the purposes of promoting adolescent sexual and reproductive health based on pregnancy prevention strategies throughout Shelby County for the period beginning October 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 grant funds in the amount of $100,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Director Taylor, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. This SPARK grant has 3 goals, and it's used for adolescent pregnancy reduction, parenting skills workshops for parents with youth, and education workshops specifically starting with Kirby High School and the Boys and Girls Club. We're super excited about this because this grant will target youth between the ages of 10 and 19, and it'll be run out of our clinical services division and specifically focus on sexual health. And so we're super excited and hoping that you will be too and support this resolution.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so, $100,000 is not a lot of money. And so how far can you get into the district? Because as you know, as you presented, HIV's up, 100%, and syphilis and so on and so forth is up 150%. My question then becomes, and we cannot teach sex education in the schools. So I have a couple questions. How do we reach more students who are in the classroom in that age bracket? Number two, how do we get to the state? I know we've had a conversation once before about allowing sex ed, especially STDs, taught in the classroom. Because, when I talk to my colleagues, and I tell them the figures that you gave me, they were just like, what? And so it's horrifying. So how do we, number one, reach more students and more young people in that age bracket throughout the district? And then number two, how can we work together and maybe as teachers, the health department, et cetera, to reach the state in changing their policy?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sugarman. A couple of things. So actually, this is a renewable grant. So it's a total of $500,000, and I believe it's over 3 years. So this is the first $100,000, and it's a federal pass-through the State Department of Health. So actually, this is really good because when we get any kind of money like this, we try to make the best use of the resources because, as you pointed out, a lot of times for programs and projects like this, we don't have enough to, say, serve the 106,000 students that are in Memphis Shelby County schools. With that said, it helps us to really, for lack of a better word, pilot specific programs, right? And so we will pilot this with Kirby High School because we were invited over by the principal several months ago, and I took a lot of my team there, and we just toured the school with several other community partners and saw everything that they were doing there, and then we plugged in where we knew we could plug in as a health department. So that's one. And then we were approached by the Boys and Girls Club, and we talked to them about doing some after-school programming around comprehensive sex education, and they were willing to sign on. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll braid funding, of course, staying within all of our grant rules, and we'll say, okay, we're going to throw $100,000 toward this. If it's successful, we know we can go after the next federal grant and the next federal grant to keep it going and sustain. But this one is actually renewable, and it's a 3-year grant. Sorry, I'm running out of time. Can I answer the other question?
Please continue.
Okay. So for Memphis Shelby County Schools specifically, this piece of good news may have gotten lost last night, but the MOU that we presented to the school board several months ago actually got passed on consent agenda last night. And so one of the things that we found out as a health department through our research is that you can actually teach pretty comprehensive sex education in the schools, but you have to have permission from the superintendent first and from the school board. And so the MOU that we presented to Memphis Shelby County Schools with no cost to the school system right now is for us to train nurses that are working within the schools about sex education and giving that sex education and doing that testing, to be co-located in a few starter schools, and I'll get the names of those schools that we're going to start in for you. And then also to have some after-school public health clubs, which will be more status neutral, where we're not just going to be talking about HIV and STIs, but that will be a part of the education that we're giving in those after-school clubs. The plan is that we will start in a few schools, find out how successful it is and how much it's going to cost, and then be able to expand from there. So the passage of that MOU on consent agenda last night actually was super important because we've been working toward that, and it gets us back into the schools while also allowing us to give the education that we haven't really been able to do in the schools since before COVID.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. And Commissioner Sugarman is back in the queue, but I'll have to go back to her. So Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I found my answer. These are state grant funds that are coming through.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you foresee an issue with, you said it was approved at the school board's meeting last night, any issue with, after the unfortunate, horrible move last night with the new superintendent in, any issues with what was passed before the minutes are read?
No, ma'am. I don't foresee any issues with this, and I'll tell you why. Because what we did was, we not only reached out to the superintendent, who had her contract terminated yesterday, but we also reached out to each and every one of the school board members, the new ones, to give separate presentations, and I presented before the school board in August with the board that was outgoing, and of course, some of them are still on the board. So everybody has heard the same information, and I can tell you that we had resounding support across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I have a couple questions. So you say this is like a pilot program, and you're going to expand out. So when will the expansion take place? Because, I have some schools in mind. And I understand that we have, the process is we get permission from the superintendent and the school board members, or just the superintendent. And then third, I have some groups have reached out to me, and they specifically want to support this work. And so if, for example, there's organizations that want to support what you're doing, educating the youth in sex ed, what is the process? Do they contact you? Do I make that connection? Or is there somebody on your staff? And then the last question I'll come back to.
Okay, so yes, we're planning to pilot first and expand. Yes, you can connect us, and I will get them to the right staff person. The final thing is a longer answer, and I say this to you all the time. Really, usually my only limitation after I educate everybody about the issue is the resources that we have to be able to expand. So, of course, we are in budget season. We're putting forward we will put forward our FY26 budget through the normal process like everyone else. But of course, what I was explaining to Commissioner Mills off to the side, one of the things that you all are about to get from us as a health department is another commission district report around health, so a health profiles report. And once again, like you got 2 years ago, it will divide those health profiles by district so that you will have a picture of what's going on in your district. But the new thing that we did and the way we wrote it by improving upon what we did the first time is that you will have a list of not only the programs and services that your district constituents are getting, but some ideas about what you can fund into the future. So I'm going to be reaching out to all of you all to come up with the appropriate commission meeting where that would be good to take place, where I can give you an overall summary of the report that's coming, and of course, hand you the hard copy like we did a couple of years ago.
Okay, thank you. And so when you say the districts, so we'll see all the districts, not just our particular district, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also, I'm thinking, this really needs to also be, I know funding is the issue, but in the future, expand it out to the middle school, because, young people are having sex earlier and earlier.
Yes.
And so I would like for that to be, out there in the future, that we can do that. But additionally, right now, if, let's say, we could come up with a budget to reach all, of this 106,000 kids, what would that look like, over time? Like, 100,000, yes, is a good starting point, but as you stated, that's not enough to reach all of them. What would that look like?
That's a great question. I will have to research that for you.
Okay.
But you all know I don't have any problem trying to come up with a dollar amount and what that would look like. Of
Right.
course, it would mean an increase in staff, operating costs, all of those things. But I'm more than happy to work on that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. You're the last person in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Shelby County Opioid Gap Analysis Presentation. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director, Division of Health Services, presenting. This item was deferred in January 8th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, Colonel Taylor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. I am going to request to pull this item, but I will tell you why. Because after some discussion with my team, there are 2 things that are going to happen. One, we are going to be inviting all of you all to a virtual presentation of the findings by the consultant that did this work. So you'll be getting that, and that will be next week. All right. And then 2, the reason why we're pulling it is because, like I was just discussing, we are in the final stages of finalizing our commission district report for health. And so we would prefer to use our time wisely, and your time as well, and give you a summary of that entire report when we hand it to you, so that we can answer any questions that you have. And going into budget season, you all can have a good landscape of what's going on with health, not only throughout the county, but in your specific districts, so you know what you're advocating for. So I respectfully ask to pull it for now.
Thank you so much, Colonel Taylor and Dr. Taylor. We'll make sure we'll pull that, and I look forward to your leadership around when we will revisit this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, could you read item number 4?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 4, Shelby Cares, presentation to last approximately 10 minutes. Blair Benavides, please correct me if I mispronounce your name, Director of Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications, as the presenter.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. All right. And Blair, please say your last name properly for us as you start your presentation.
Sure. Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications, so Benavides. Yeah. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd really like to thank you for letting us come before you today to talk about Shelby Cares. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Chairman Whaley, Chairwoman Clay Bibbs for sponsoring this item. I have with me here today a few people. So I have Dr. Jim Bailey. If you want to come up and join me. Dr. Jim Bailey, Executive Director of the Tennessee Health Consortium from UT Health Science Center. I also have a couple other community members who we can introduce before they speak. So again, we're here today to provide a brief overview of the Shelby Cares program, highlighting some early outcomes data and offering testimonials demonstrating program success. Okay. Next slide. So Shelby Cares is a collaboration between Shelby County government and UT Health Science Center that brings essential health and social services to medically underserved areas, helping to bridge the gap in health equity and address unmet needs across the county. Shelby Cares empowers people to improve their health and reach their health goals through community outreach, health promotion, and brick-and-mortar health hubs. Participation is free of charge. Multiple community outreach events are held monthly, including wellness workshops, classes, and health fairs, where UT's trained and certified health coaches and medical professionals provide health screenings, build relationships with constituents, and promote the Shelby Cares program. These activities are designed to help patients improve their health, specifically addressing hypertension, diabetes, and obesity, which are known contributors of stroke and heart attack, the #1 killer in the community, and 20% higher in Shelby County compared to national numbers. Additionally, more than half of adults in Shelby County are overweight or obese. Mayor Harris's Office of Innovation also presents an annual senior prom for senior adults, promoting physical activity, camaraderie, and is an excellent opportunity to champion the benefits of Shelby Cares. This popular event had more than 600 RSVPs in 2024. Community outreach also includes marketing on social media, news outlets and mailers, as well as partnering with district connectors and community organizations to raise awareness of Shelby Cares. Okay, so next slide, please. Thank you. Shelby Cares promotes health in several ways at no cost to participants. Some activities include nutritional support and cooking classes, fitness classes at Shelby Cares on 3rd, such as line dancing, chair yoga, and aerobics, daily fitness classes at 5 locally participating gyms via our neighborhood health club, and tobacco cessation counseling and support. Central to program success is the brick-and-mortar facility in Westwood, Shelby Cares on 3rd. It's open 5 days a week, and its full-time staff offers private health screening to identify and address medical and social needs, individual and group coaching, space for health promotion and community outreach activities, referrals for primary and specialty care, behavioral health, and social needs. Shelby Cares on 3rd is an expansion of the UT Health Science Center's neighborhood health hub model. The first hub was opened in January of 2022 in Uptown, and though it isn't affiliated with Shelby County government, Mayor Harris's office recognized the potential benefits to the community at large and committed to fund a second location, Shelby Cares on 3rd. In some Memphis neighborhoods, as you may know, less than half of residents saw a primary care provider within the last year. Shelby Cares on 3rd was strategically chosen because it is adjacent to primary care provider Christ Community Health Services, and having this Shelby Cares on 3rd located with Christ Community Health Services improves access to primary care through referrals from the health coaches at Shelby Cares on 3rd to Christ Community Health Services. It's really worth highlighting. Studies show that regular access to primary care results in improved health outcomes, reduced healthcare utilization and costs, and helps close the gap in demographically related health disparities. The neighborhood health hub model is a place-based model that extends primary care and health promotion activities into medically underserved areas. In addition to health screening and coaching for whole person health with a special focus on hypertension, diabetes, and obesity, as well as referrals to medical and social care when needed, health hubs also offer training and certification of community members as health ambassadors to promote health within their neighborhoods. Now, I'd like to turn your attention to health hub data collected by UT. Dr. Bailey is going to present, if it pleases this body. It's the next 2 slides. These are what I am most excited and proud to share with you today. It underscores the value of the program.
Can you hear me there? Dr. Jim Bailey from UT Health Science Center. Thank you for your time today. As you can see, this data shown on the slide is for our experience at the 2 health hubs up through the end of May 2024. And as you can see, at that time, at the end of May, we had conducted over 6,500 client interactions, client visits at those 2 locations, and the majority of those visits were conducted at Shelby Cares on 3rd. Now I just got the data through November of this year, and we now have seen over 12,000, or conducted over 12,000 visits, the majority of which have been at Shelby Cares on 3rd. People have really responded to these services of screening, coaching, and group sessions for health. 94% of our unique patients seen are African American people. And of those 1,300 unique people seen through May, now we're well over 2,000 unique individuals. Of those 1,300 we had seen in May, over 1,000 were living with obesity, hypertension, and/or diabetes, and/or cardiovascular disease, which are really the epidemics of our community. Next slide, please. So here are our outcomes. The proof's in the pudding, right? Our clients experience on average a 4-pound weight loss for those living with obesity, and over a 5-pound weight loss on average among patients with diabetes. This is life-saving for some of those patients. We see on average a 10% decrease in systolic blood pressure. That's roughly a 15 millimeter reduction on average in systolic blood pressure to below stroke and heart attack levels. So this is a really exciting result from our health coaching services, and it's consistent with what other studies and other programs have shown with health coaching that really works. And lastly, we see big drops in blood glucose, on average about a 20% drop in blood glucose and a similar decrease in average blood sugar, or A1C, for patients with diabetes and prediabetes. Now let me turn it back to Blair Benavides.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey, for sharing those incredible outcomes. These results are truly impressive, and I'd like this body to see that and recognize that after such a short period. Though the outcomes shown are a combination of data collected at each hub, the results are similar at each location. It's also worth noting that Shelby Cares on 3rd has a higher volume of patients, representing 55% of the total visits that you're seeing on the screen right now, despite having opened its door nearly a year and a half later. So, next slide, please. All right, so in summary, when you pair community engagement with culturally relevant, evidence-based approaches to meet an intentional public health goal of reducing cardiovascular risk factors and community access to health offerings, the result is a successful program that helps people lower their risk of heart disease. I want to emphasize that a key component of this is the Health Hub. So though Shelby Cares is a broader program in itself that consists of multiple activities and programs, the Health Hub is key. The community members must not only be engaged, but they must also be able to physically access services, meaning the services must be brought to the areas with the highest need. The Shelby Cares program showcases what is possible when we all come together to improve the lives of Shelby County. I want to thank you again for your time. I now would like to turn it over to Ms. Settle, Ms. Andrews, and Ms. Ward, who will tell you about their experiences with Shelby Cares. Ms. Settle and Ms. Ward are both work at Health Hubs for UT, and Ms. Ward is a community member who benefits from Shelby Cares.
While they're coming up and taking their seats, I just want to go ahead and say thank you. You had an opportunity to sit here for quite a while to kind of see how the sausage is made. I saw you when you came in earlier, so I'm excited that you were able to stay the course to be able to hear from you today. And when you speak, just state your name for the record, and you can tell us about your experience.
I'm sorry. I'm Susie Soto. I'm the administrator for the health hubs here in Shelby County in the two rural locations, Decatur County and Hardin County. My experience with the health hub has been wonderful. It has actually been a great experience seeing patients come in who are obese or their blood sugar is extremely high. Their blood pressure is high, they can't find a PCP. Being able to help those people is very rewarding. And that's what is exciting about it. We have patients, we do outreach events, and we have young males who are like 25 to 30 years old with high blood pressure. They don't know they have high blood pressure until they actually do a screening because they don't go to the doctor. We're able to find those results, do individual health coaching with them, and also assign them to a PCP, help them find a PCP. We also do our nutritional classes, which help people to learn how to cook different. You know how you used to cook and everything. We're all from different cultures. So sometimes we eat things that are not good for us, but that's what we've been used to. But what I've learned from my experience is just being able to teach and educate people. Once they're educated, they learn to do better, and you see those results, those wonderful results. When we have people who, somebody came in with 11-point A1C, they're all the way down to a 5.4 now. So we have those people that are coming in and out of the, we're also able to work with them individually, whereas they might be afraid to talk to a primary care doctor. Delivering those educational classes where they're able to communicate better.
Colby Andrews, lead health coach. Thank you guys so much for having us. My experience as the lead health coach has been nothing short of amazing, but it has been very much so hard, dedicated work. In my years at being at UT, I've realized that there is way more that goes into taking care of your health than just going to the doctor and getting your vitals. We value targeting social determinants of health. We are put in communities that are in food deserts. They don't have access to health care, transportation barriers, all these type of things that we see affect people on a daily basis, besides just coming in and getting your blood pressure. And so I have taken so much pride in what we do and the wraparound services that we also assist people in when it comes to getting maybe SNAP benefits or helping them sign up for Matter Plus or Matter Ready, just so they can have a ride to get to their doctor's appointments or have a ride to come and see us. And when they walk through that door, they feel accepted and they feel wanted and they feel like they're comfortable enough to target other things that might be going on in their life that directly still impacts their health. And so for me, I'm just so grateful that we get to be a part of that glory ride for them and be a part of seeing that light bulb goes off when they find recipes that are healthy. They find food that is affordable and accessible without having to go to stores and farmers markets that's not realistic for them. So it's so much that goes into running these health hubs that we don't even get to say in the minute of us speaking right here. But I just wanted to shed light on the social determinants of health that we also get to help impact the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Penny Ward, 109 East Biscayne, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I am one of the, live in the community of Barton Heights, which is right around the corner from 3rd Street Hub. I must say that since I've joined, it's been amazing. Number one, that it didn't cost me anything. And a lot of time we're sitting at home doing nothing, eating the foods we don't need, not exercising. But I have to say, since I've joined Shelby Cares, I've lost probably over 30 pounds. My A1C, which they don't know that today, as of yesterday, is 4.6. And it's touching to me. I'm sorry. My doctor took me off 2 of my medicines, and that's a part of one of my goals, is to get off the medication. But I know I have to do the things to do it. So I appreciate Shelby Cares. I don't know who idea it was. Wish I had known about it in 2022, but I just been going probably about a year now, and I am so grateful. I would do this over and over and over. I don't care where you need me. Daily, I'm in the grocery store telling people about Shelby Cares. Come on, it's free. Exercise, come on. We got chair aerobics, Mondays and Wednesdays. Right now, 12 o'clock today, I would have been at my church at Shelby Cares. But this is very important for our community. And the class is not, we have a lot of people, we have over 25 women, men, that's all ages, every Monday and Wednesday in chair aerobics. I don't get to do the yoga class, but those classes, the cooking classes, the diabetes classes, statistics, diabetic, high blood pressure, obesity. I hit all 3 of those. But I thank God that it's been 42 years I've been under 200 pounds. I'm now 183. 42 years, my oldest child is 42 years old. When I hit 200 pounds, I was pregnant with her. This is my first time being on that side of 200 pounds. But I just thank them for all of their hard work. The coaches work hard with us. Ms. Soto, they make sure we get what we need. Dr. Jim Bailey, I thank you. And I thank you all for taking the time to listen to us today.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you so much. And so this is probably for you, from Shelby Cares. I have several questions. Number one, thank you for the work that you're doing. What is the criteria as far as getting these services? You know, do you have to be a certain age, income, economic system, or whatever? The other question is, okay, for example, in Hickory Hill, which is the majority of my district, we do not have a YMCA, we do not have any type of gym, community center, et cetera. So how do you reach the my constituents? Because they're not receiving the services, you know, there's nothing for them to do. They don't have walk paths or, you know, bikes or yoga, you know, opportunities and things like that. So how do you reach those communities that do not have the facilities? Then the other question then becomes, how do we get those services? And then last, I would like to know, you know, by zip code, you know, where are you reaching? Because I'm hearing over and over again, when I go out to HOA meetings, have town hall meetings, they're not receiving these kinds of services. They're not. So how do we get my district in line to receive some of these services?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sugarman, for that question. I think that's a fabulous question. And I think my answer to maybe your last question, I would extend the answer to all the commissioners here today. We would love to partner with you to look at and explore how we can bring programs like Shelby Cares to your neighborhoods. As I mentioned in the presentation, there are a lot of people in our county who don't have access to primary care and don't have the means to get to facilities that are out of reach of their neighborhood. This is a way to help bridge that gap. This brings critical services addressing those top risk factors for cardiovascular disease and really whole person health to those neighborhoods. So I would absolutely welcome any conversations, and I know that Dr. Bailey would as well. We have a collaboration through Shelby County government with UT, but UT's doing the health hub work already, and they've got the location in Uptown, and they're working on a third one, and I'm sure they would love to talk to you. And I know that, Shelby County government would also love to see this program grow throughout the county. I think you asked about criteria to join. To my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are no criteria. Anyone can join. Anyone can participate. it's a free service. So anybody can go to the hub locations and access the services that are available through the hub. As well as Shelby Cares, other Shelby Cares initiatives, such as the fitness classes that we offer through the Neighborhood Health Club. That's also free of charge. Anybody can sign up for those.
And last, okay, I also asked, as far as tracking, do you have like a way of track to see where these individuals are coming from with zip codes and things like that? Because I would like to see where exactly they're coming from, to see, I understand my constituents are saying that they're not receiving all kinds of services, but I want to make sure that they are. And so I would like to know if you all could provide to all the commissioners some type of tracking of where these individuals are coming from. That would be very helpful.
Dr. Bailey, I think that you probably have data on that.
We certainly do, and we can produce a report for the commissioners and give you that level of detail of where the patients are coming from that are utilizing Health Hub services. And I will second what Ms. Benavides said. Our goal, we think every community, particularly those at highest risk of heart disease and the complications of these conditions, deserves to have this sort of a facility embedded in the fabric of that neighborhood. And we know that part of the secret sauce is having workers from the community served who are trained and certified as health coaches. Having trusted neighbors as your health coaches is a proven approach that has been the foundation of our work. I'll mention we are doing a couple of things that you can hear more about as we move forward, but to get insurance plans to pay for many of the health services. We've been on that journey and now are beginning in 2 of our 3 locations across the city, are beginning to receive some insurance reimbursement for the preventive services that health coaches provide. And that gives us a path to sustainability and expansion. We need to be paid more by insurance, right, for the things that are most important. But these services are proven to keep people out of the emergency room and the hospital. So it's a much lower cost, high quality of life approach. So that's one of our strategies, and we're also working with employers and with a federal government program that may give us some opportunity to come back to you and propose some expansion of the Neighborhood Health Hub program and Shelby Cares, because we're right with you. Every high-risk neighborhood in Memphis would benefit from ready access to cooking classes, exercise classes, and health coaching to help people chart their own path to better health.
Thank you for that answer, Commissioner Wright. You're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just this is sort of an offbeat question, but curious if you all had any connection with the UT Extension program, if there's any coordination, collaboration?
Yes, indeed. We are building that coordination and collaboration. And as you know, the UT Extension program has offices in all of our counties in Tennessee, and including here in Shelby County. So we've begun collaborating here in Shelby County with the Extension Office on some of our educational and outreach activities. And we have 2 early health hubs established in Decatur and Hardin County. And UT Health Science Center is very interested in expanding the health hub concept to other rural areas as well, where there's such a shortage of essential primary and preventive care.
Great. Thanks for the response. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wright. All right, I think that is the last commissioner in the queue, so thank you so much for your presentation today. This officially concludes committee number 3. Thank you, everyone, and it concludes all committees for today's agenda.